Chapter 655. The bearded doctor glared at him. If she's not alive, I'll call the police to arrest you right now. You're a murderer. Reinitz let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the ceiling of the emergency room and let out a long sigh. Then he turned around and walked out. Hey! Where are you going? The bearded doctor panicked. Although she's still alive, she could die at any moment. Such a high blood pressure defied all the basic medical knowledge the doctor had learned. He couldn't understand how she could still be alive. Reinitz didn't even turn around. I'll go make a call. Please wait a moment. After leaving the emergency room, Reinitz took out his phone and dialed a number. He said calmly, I need a helicopter. Yes, I have a seriously ill patient here. I'll give you 20 minutes. Be there immediately. After making the call, Reinitz put away his phone and found the clinic's on-call room. He politely asked the chubby nurse to borrow the landline phone. The nurse was dazzled by his handsome face. Although he was thin, had stubble on his chin, and his clothes weren't very neat, he stared at her steadily. His blue eyes seemed to have a magical power, and the nurse couldn't help but do as he said. This is the phone. SS, please use it. The nurse stuttered as her face flushed. Reinitz wasn't as gentle in front of the nurse as he was with Gunyanji. His attitude was indifferent and restrained. With a hint of alienation, he took the phone from the nurse and began dialing. May I ask if this is the Alps Ranger base? I want to ask if you guys managed to save Mother Hannah from the fire 2 days ago. Those forest rangers all knew Mother Hannah and had eaten her white sausages. The ranger's affirmative reply came through the phone. Mother Hannah. We rescued her as soon as we could, but she was in the basement for too long and fainted. There are signs of dehydration, so she's still in the hospital. Reinitz sighed again. Thank God. Please help me transfer Mother Hannah to Berlin's St. Joseph Hospital. Yes, contact them and tell them my name. They will take her in. After making the call, he covered the phone with his hand and pondered for a moment before dialing another number. At this hour, it wasn't a special agency, nor was it a 24-hour ranger base. No one picked up, so he left a voice message. Mr. Hans, I'm sorry. I quit. I won't come to work tomorrow. After Reinitz said this, he put down the phone and pushed it back to the nurse. The nurse looked at him with her mouth open. After a while, she said, Sir, why did you resign? Are you sick? Reinitz glanced at her and didn't say anything. His expression was cold and dignified. The nurse was frightened by his gaze and didn't dare ask again. She lowered her head and pretended to fill out forms. Reinitz walked into the emergency room expressionlessly and saw that the bearded doctor was still looking at Gunyanji's data. He walked over to remove the blood pressure monitor and stethoscope from Gunyanji's arm. Since she's in danger, I already called the hospital in Berlin. They agreed to send a helicopter to pick her up. Berlin was the capital of Germany and had the best hospitals in the country. Of course, a village doctor like the bearded man couldn't compare. As soon as Reinitz said this, the bearded doctor looked relieved and said, Then you have to be careful. Her data has stabilized, but you have to remember not to let her emotions fluctuate too much. Otherwise, if her blood pressure rises again, even the Virgin Mary won't be able to save her. Reinitz didn't say anything and sat quietly in the cherry armchair in front of Gunyanji's bed. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. His hands were clasped together to support his chin as he stared unblinkingly at Gunyanji's snow-white face. Half an hour passed quickly, and the roar of a helicopter could be heard in the sky. The bearded doctor pushed the door open and said, The plane has arrived. How are you going to take her up? Reinitz stood up and straightened his clothes. We have someone coming to pick her up. Before they could finish speaking, a few doctors in white coats and masks pushed a simple mobile hospital bed in and nodded at Reinitz. Where is the patient? Reinitz walked to the bed and carefully carried Gu Nianji horizontally and placed her on the mobile hospital bed. Let's go. The doctors who got off the helicopter quickly pushed Gu Nianji onto the helicopter, and Reinitz followed. Soon, the helicopter turned its propellers and took to the sky, flying straight to Berlin. An hour later, they landed on the top floor of the Charlotte Hospital building in Berlin. Charlotte Hospital was the best hospital in all of Berlin and also the best and most expensive hospital in all of Germany. Reinitz carried Gu Nianji, who was wrapped in a blanket, out of the helicopter. His expression was extremely cold. He didn't speak to anyone and walked straight to the elevator on the top floor to the VIP room 1 on the 18th floor. The room was equipped with the most advanced medical equipment and various instruments in all of Germany. It was comparable to the best Johns Hopkins Hospital in the United States. He carried her all the way to the VIP room 1 and placed her on the clean, snow-white bed. The conditions here were obviously much better than the small clinics in the countryside near the Alps. 2 female nurses walked in and said to Reinitz, "Sir, please leave us for a moment. We need to change her into the hospital gown." Reinitz nodded. "I'll be at the door." He then walked out. The 2 female nurses helped Gu Nianji take off the nun's uniform, as well as the tattered sportswear and underwear underneath. They directly put the hospital gown on her. It was actually a striped gown that covered her from head to toe. After changing, the 2 nurses pushed the door open and said to Reinitz, "You can go in now." As soon as Reinitz entered, Germany's most famous neurosurgeons and neurologists also came to Gu Nianji's room to examine her. All sorts of instruments were connected to her brain, heart, and pulse. Her blood pressure, heartbeat, and brain waves were all carefully measured. However, when the doctors were about to draw Gu Nianji's blood, Reinitz stopped them. "That's all for today. She's still very weak. She can undergo a blood test when she's better." Of course, the doctors could only listen to Reinitz. "Okay, sir." The doctors looked at the data displayed on the instruments and didn't think it was too outrageous. Temperature 38 degrees Fahrenheit, low fever. Blood pressure normal. Heartbeat normal. Pulse normal. "Do we need to do a CT scan?" "We'll do it when she wakes up." Reinitz didn't want Gu Nianji to be tortured again. "You just need to tell me how is her health condition." "So far, everything is normal. She's just a bit weak, probably caused by hunger and thirst." The doctor was confused. "May I ask, is she a patient from Africa?" Malnutrition caused by hunger and thirst is probably only found in the African region of the world. Reinitz shook his head. "No." However, he didn't explain further and said to the doctors, "Give her 2 bottles of nutrient fluid to quickly replenish her nutrients." It was mainly glucose, which could quickly replenish her energy. "Then when will her fever go down? Is it because of the infection in her body? Do you need an aspirin?" Reinitz asked again. He was a bit worried about Gu Nianji's persistent low fever. The doctors said that it was probably due to malnutrition that caused the body's immune system to drop. As long as she was replenished with nutrients, when she recovered, the low fever would naturally go down. They all advocated that anti-inflammatory drugs should be avoided if possible. Reinitz glanced at Gu Nianji and nodded silently. "Okay, we'll see tomorrow." It was already past 2 in the morning. After the doctors left, Reinitz specifically asked someone to send his clothes from his apartment. After the change of clothes arrived, he went to take a shower in the bathroom of the special care VIP single ward. After shaving in the bathroom, Reinitz remembered Gu Nianji's nun uniform. For the past 2 days, she had worn this wrinkled and dirty nun uniform all the way here. The black nun uniform made her small face look even more pitiful. Reinitz changed and walked out of the bathroom. He picked up his phone and began shopping for clothes for Gu Nianji. He didn't know much about women's clothing brands, so he randomly searched online and found a designer brand, Fraser. This brand's women's clothing had good cuts and simple styles, and was sought after by high-income young women. Each piece was like a work of art. It combined Scandinavian style with German practicality. The pictures also looked especially suitable for Gu Nianji's lively temperament. Reinitz looked at them one by one and smiled knowingly. He tapped on his phone screen repeatedly and bought dozens of clothes for Gu Nianji. He bought almost all of Freiser's new designs for this season. Blouses, pants, skirts, dresses, windbreakers, matching shoes, scarves, and headwear. Reinitz remembered that Gu Nianji had beautiful long hair. It was black and shiny like seaweed and had natural curls. He hesitated for a moment when it came to underwear, but in the end, he opened the most famous lingerie website in Germany and bought a dozen sets of bras and underwear from Gu Nianji. He remembered that Gu Nianji said she was a D cup, so he bought them all D cups and the underwear in the smallest size. She was so thin that her waist wasn't even as long as his palm. He didn't know if the underwear would be able to hang around her waist. Reinitz even had the urge to buy juvenile brands for Gu Nianji, but they were too ugly and didn't fit his taste, so he gave up. After buying clothes for Gu Nianji, Reinitz went to a skincare website to buy a set of LoveLore skincare products for Gu Nianji. Only then did he relax and fall asleep on the sofa. This time, it wasn't on a grassy rock in the Alps, but in the best hospital room in all of Germany. The long sofa there was custom-made by the best furniture manufacturer. It was more ergonomic than a normal mattress. Reinitz slept very soundly. When he woke up, it was already 5:00 the next day. The 15 hours of sleep had finally allowed him to recover. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Gu Nianji sleeping on the hospital bed. Her black hair and snow-white skin contrasted so strongly and vividly. It was clearly the simplest color, but it was like a flash of light. Reinitz looked away and took a deep breath. He got up from the sofa and walked over to Gu Nianji's hospital bed to look down. Gu Nianji hadn't woken up yet. She was still asleep. The equipment connected to the hospital bed showed that her vital signs were all normal. It was as if the explosive blood pressure data he saw in the village clinic last night had been an illusion. Reinitz slowly reached out and held Gu Nianji's hand. He was about to bend down when he heard the sound of the ward door behind him. Someone had come in. He quietly tucked Gu Nianji's wrist under the thin blanket and straightened up. Turning around, he saw an old man with a head of white hair but a rosy complexion. He looked very well standing in front of him and smiling at him. "Reinitz, I knew you wouldn't let me down." Reinitz smiled and nodded slightly at the old man. "Mr. Lidishi." "Yeah." Lidishi leaned on a cane and slowly walked over to Gu Nianji's hospital bed. Standing in front of her hospital bed, Lidishi clasped his hands on the cane and looked at Gu Nianji like he was looking at a rare work of art. He exclaimed in English, "She's perfect, isn't she?" Reinitz stood behind him with his hands behind his back. His shoulders were straight, but he didn't respond. Lidishi didn't want to hear a response either. He was just sighing. "When will she wake up?" Lidishi looked at the various equipment next to Gu Nianji's hospital bed. "How did she get sick?" Reinitz finally said, "I don't know. I'm still observing." "Okay, you treat her well." Lidishi looked at Gu Nianji for a while, then patted Reinitz on the shoulder. "I'm leaving. Contact me if anything happens." Reinitz nodded and watched Lidishi leave. Shortly after Lidishi left, the clothes, shoes, socks, and skincare products that Reinitz had ordered for Gu Nianji arrived one after another. Because he had chosen express delivery and paid a high shipping fee, they were all delivered within a day. The armchair in front of Gu Nianji's bed was filled with boxes of all sizes. She would see them as soon as she woke up. However, Gu Nianji slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, the best doctor in all of Germany was by her side to ensure that Gu Nianji was fine. Her condition had been very stable, and all her data indicators were steadily rising. The malnutrition has been resolved, and her body temperature is normal. There is no longer a low fever, which means that our previous diagnosis was correct. There is no need to give her penicillin or aspirin. As long as her nutrition keeps up, her low fever will subside on its own. The doctor was very satisfied with Gu Nianji's recovery. It was completely in line with his expectations. Reinert stood beside him with his arms crossed and frowned. But why hasn't she woken up yet? She hadn't woken up for 3 days and 3 nights. Wasn't it because she was sick? From the data, she isn't sick. The doctor carefully checked the equipment again to ensure that there was no malfunction. She's just asleep. Reinert looked at him in confusion. Reinert, you have to know that the human body is like a sophisticated instrument. It has its own rules. The human body is most able to repair itself when it's asleep, so don't worry. This girl is just too weak and tired, so she needs more time to recover than others. The doctor gave his own medical explanation. Reinert didn't really believe it, but he didn't continue arguing with the doctor. He nodded. That better be the case. After the doctor left, Reinert sat on the sofa and took out his phone to look at the news. There were 2 particularly sensational events in Munich recently, and the entire German media was reporting on them. The first was the Munich Tourism Department collecting videos from a certain area of the König See for a competition. The requirements were complete and unedited, and they said it was to promote the König See's tourism resources. The second was a large reward for 2 cars, and the license plate numbers were given. Although it was already over, because of the large reward, there were also many people who received the reward. Therefore, there were even more people who spoke up. It was a hot topic on the internet, and there were news and comments about these 2 pieces of news everywhere. Reinert looked at the 2 license plate numbers and frowned imperceptibly. His fingers rubbed the phone for a while before Reinert finally opened his contact list and called the relevant department. Some news should be deleted from the internet after it's over. Do you want to keep it for Christmas? He spoke to the other side without any reservations. The other side immediately accepted his suggestion and began to secretly delete all comments and news related to these 2 pieces of news. At the same time, they buried the 2 pieces of news to the bottom. Soon, the 2 pieces of news could no longer be seen on the German website. For the public, news had a time limit. As long as no one intentionally set the pace, the new news would naturally suppress the old news. Reinert scrolled through his phone again and felt the internet was much more pleasing to the eye. On the morning of the 4th day, the sun had just risen, and the first rays of dawn shone into the hospital room, creating a golden glow. Gu Nianji finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the snow-white ceiling and the modern shadowless lights on the ceiling. Gu Nianji blinked and moved her gaze from the ceiling to the side. She saw Reinert sleeping on the sofa across from the bed. He wore a handsome hunting jacket that revealed the crisp white collar of his shirt. His black trousers wrapped around his long legs as he lay on the sofa. His shirt and trousers were slightly wrinkled, but he didn't look dispirited. His cold facial features had a religious beauty to them, as if all the joy in the world had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji looked at Reinert as if she was admiring a beautiful oil painting. Reinert abruptly woke up, and before his handsome face could soften, he saw Gu Nianji looking at him. Her large black eyes were naturally warm, and as soon as he saw them, the icy coldness immediately transformed into the warmth of spring. "You're awake." Reinert stood up and asked very gently. He walked to her bedside and reached out to touch her forehead. "You don't have a fever anymore." Gu Nianji tried to curl the corners of her mouth into a grateful smile. "Thank you, Reinert." Chapter 656. You've said it many times. Reinert didn't care and helped her sit up. "What do you want to eat? Do you want to shower?" Gu Nianji immediately felt uncomfortable and dirty all over. She looked down at herself and saw that she had already changed into a hospital gown, but there was nothing under it. Reinert sensed her gaze and said gently, "2 female nurses changed it for you. Can you move? I'll ask them to help you shower." Gu Nianji felt relieved when she heard the nurses had helped her change, but she shook her head to reject them. "I can shower myself. But..." She rubbed her stomach. "I'm a little hungry. I want to eat something before I shower." She knew she must look unkempt and dirty, but she didn't care about showing it in front of Reinert. Because Gu Nianji treated Reinert as a friend, she didn't need to think about showing her best side in front of him. If Hu Xiaoheng was here, Gu Nianji's first thought would be to immediately shower and change her clothes. Also, when they were escaping together in the Alps, they had seen each other's dirtiest and ugliest sides. Reinert smiled. "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat McDonald's." Gu Nianji licked her lips. She suddenly crazily wanted to eat junk food. It was high in calories and tasted good, so it was more suitable for her current situation. Reinert said, "I'll get someone to buy it for you, but you can only eat fish and chips. If you want to eat something else, I'll take you to eat when you're better." Gu Nianji nodded and said happily, "Sure, you saved me. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." "Just treat me to a meal." Reinert looked at her, his blue eyes smiling. "That's not enough, right? Then what do you want? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely agree." Gu Nianji shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you can do it." Reinert swallowed the words he wanted to say and smiled. "Treating me to a meal is definitely not enough. You have to treat me to at least 3 meals. "No problem." Gu Nianji extended her hand. "Come, let's high-five." Reinert reached out with a smile and high-fived her 3 times. "Remember, you owe me 3 meals." Of course, of course." Gu Nianji's energy gradually recovered, and her speech became more lively. Seeing Reinert reminded her of Mother Hannah. She couldn't help but ask, "Oh yeah, do you have any news about Mother Hannah?" "Oh, yes." Reinert smiled as he handed the phone to Gu Nianji. "Look, this is the latest photo of Mother Hannah. She's recuperating at St. Joseph's Hospital in Berlin. When you're better, we can go visit her together." "In Berlin?" Gu Nianji frowned. "That's so far away. Isn't it inconvenient?" Reinert couldn't help but laugh. "Serious, you're in Berlin?" "I'm in Berlin." Gu Nianji was shocked. "I'm not in a small town near the Alps near Munich. How can there be such a good hospital there?" Reinert pursed his lips. He still had lingering fears about what happened back then. "You were too sick, so I found a hospital in Berlin to bring you here." Gu Nianji scanned the room and confirmed that she was indeed in a very high-class room. She hadn't seen many of the equipment before. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She remembered her strange healing abilities and excellent body constitution. She had a sense of resistance toward the equipment here. Gu Nianji shifted uneasily on the bed. She looked down and murmured, "Reinert, I'm better now. Can I be discharged? I can't eat or sleep here." She knew she'd overdone it the moment she said it. As expected, Reinert laughed. "You can't sleep here." You slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up." Gu Nianji closed her eyes. She was extremely embarrassed, but she forced herself to calm down. "I wasn't sleeping. I passed out." Passing out for 3 days and 3 nights was better than saying she'd slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Reinert didn't correct her. He smiled as he listened to her continuously find all kinds of reasons to leave the hospital. Of course, he didn't agree, but he didn't reject her either. He listened to her act shamelessly, and his mood seemed to improve. Especially when she talked for a long time and he shook his head, she immediately pouted. He couldn't help but laugh. Gu Nianji couldn't help getting angry no matter what she said. She turned her head away angrily and said, "I'm going to shower. You can leave. Didn't you say you'd shower after eating something? You're not hungry anymore." Gu Nianji was speechless. The two of them were at a stalemate in the ward until someone knocked on the door and delivered the fish steak and fries that Reinitz had asked someone to buy for her. Gu Nianji couldn't help turning her head when she smelled the food. Her gaze fell on the red box with the letter M written on it in Reinitz's hand. McDonald's all over the world were the same. Reinitz took the fish steak and fries out of the box and placed them on a disposable hospital tray. He placed it in front of Gu Nianji. There was a food tray on the hospital bed where Gu Nianji was sitting. He opened it from the side of the bed and dragged it over. She looked down at the steaming golden fish steak. The aroma made her salivate. Gu Nianji finally failed and picked up the fish steak with her hands to eat. Reinitz didn't say anything. He poured her a glass of milk and heated it up in the microwave. He sat quietly to the side and watched her eat. Gu Nianji didn't look at him. She closed her eyes and drank the milk as she ate. When she finished, she threw the tray away. "I want to shower." "Okay." Reinitz slowly stood up. "I'll be outside. Call me when you're done." "Call you for what?" "I'll sleep after I shower." Gu Nianji continued to snort and turned her head to show that she was unhappy. Reinitz took out a cigarette from his pocket and played with it. His slender fingers were very nimble. "You don't want to see Mother Hannah. Fine, you win." Gu Nianji was instantly discouraged. She didn't argue with Reinitz anymore. She lifted the thin blanket with a red face and walked to the bathroom. "Wait." Reinitz stopped her. From the pile of exquisite packaging on the sofa, he picked out a light gray wide-sleeved sweater, a pure black wool skirt, and a set of underwear. He handed them to her. "Here, change them." Gu Nianji felt her empty body under the hospital gown. Although she was reluctant, she still took the clothes from him and asked, "Where are my own clothes?" "Take them to wash." "Oh. Where are my things?" Gu Nianji was nervous. The things inside were all her treasures. They had gone through fire and water with her on this trip. She already had feelings for them. "They're all here. I took them out for you and put them here." Reinitz handed her a black plastic bag with her Swiss Army knife key ring, a Zippo lighter, a pack of sanitary napkins, she blushed, and her wallet. Gu Nianji was relieved. She took the black plastic bag and the clothes Reinitz gave her into the bathroom. She was still a little weak and had difficulty sitting up. But after eating, she was able to get up and go to the bathroom soon. She recovered so quickly. Reinitz looked thoughtfully in the direction Gu Nianji disappeared to for a while before turning to leave. He closed the door to Gu Nianji's room. There were 2 German bodyguards standing on both sides. When they saw him come out, they quickly saluted him. Reinitz didn't look at them. "Watch the door. Don't let anyone in." As he spoke, he took the cigarette in his hand and walked to the smoking area. Most of the places in the hospital were non-smoking areas. If you wanted to smoke, you could only go downstairs to the designated smoking area in front of the building. Reinitz lit the cigarette and took a drag. His eyes stared blankly ahead. He didn't seem to be thinking about anything, but he also seemed to be thinking about a lot of things. From when he first met Gu Nianji, to the two of them relying on each other to escape in the Alps, and then thinking about Gu Nianji, Reinitz looked down and threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can. He flicked his fingers and walked to the hospital. He felt like he was thinking too much and had almost forgotten what he did for a living. When he returned to Gu Nianji's room, she had already finished showering and was sitting on the sofa in a daze. Looking at her from behind, one could see that her dark, seaweed-like hair was draped over her light gray sweater. Her black tunic skirt made her slender waist look like a young willow tree that had just sprouted its tender branches in spring. Reinitz admired Gunyenji's reassuring figure at the door for a while before knocking on the door and coughing softly. Gunyenji composed herself and looked back to see that Reinitz had indeed returned. She stood up and walked briskly towards him. She looked up with a smile on her face. "Reinitz, didn't you say you were going to take me to see Mother Hannah?" Gunyenji felt like she wouldn't be able to calm down until she saw with her own eyes that she was indeed safe and sound. Now. Reinitz looked at his watch. It was only 10 in the morning. "That's fine. But can your body handle it?" "I'm fine." Gunyenji spun in a circle. Her skirt fluttered naturally and revealed her long, slender calves with graceful lines. "I'm all better now." Reinitz looked away and said gently, "Good." It seemed like he couldn't bear to reject any of her requests. He walked out of the ward and called for a taxi on his phone. He also called St. Joseph's Hospital before coming in to tell Gunyenji, "We can go now." Gunyenji walked towards him with the black plastic bag. Reinitz was speechless. "Why are you carrying this?" Reinitz frowned. He felt that the black plastic bag in Gunyenji's hands was very incongruous with her ladylike attire. It was a disaster for Reinitz's sense of beauty. Gunyenji didn't want to give up on the plastic bag no matter what because it contained her things. She didn't want to let go of them for even a second. Since Gunyenji was so insistent, Reinitz had no choice but to let her carry him out of the Charlotte hospital. They got into a taxi, but Reinitz didn't take her directly to St. Joseph's Hospital. Instead, he took her to the flagship store of Hermes in Berlin. Gunyenji saw the store from the taxi and froze. She turned to look at Reinitz, her eyes sparkling. She didn't know what to think. Reinitz turned to look at her. His blue eyes seemed very deep, but also very empty. Gunyenji had already returned to her usual cheerful self. She said to him, "Reinitz, why did you bring me here?" "To buy a bag, of course." "You'll only embarrass me in front of Mother Hannah if you carry this black plastic bag to the hospital." Reinitz opened the taxi door and got out first. He walked around to the other side of the car and opened the door for Gunyenji. He was very polite and very gentlemanly. Gunyenji didn't want to get out, but on second thought, what was the point of staying in the taxi? She still got out, but she didn't enter the Hermes store. She stood beside the taxi and squinted at the tall Hermes store door. She shook her head at Reinitz. "No, this bag is too expensive. I don't want it. I can't afford it." "I'll give it to you," Reinitz said gently as he reached out to take her hand. "I can't afford it." Gunyenji tilted her head and rejected Reinitz's good intentions again. She wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. She accepted the luxury goods that Hu Xiaoheng bought for her without any qualms, but Reinitz couldn't. Reinitz looked at her deeply and said gently, "It's just a gift. What's wrong with not wanting it? Don't think too much about it." Gunyenji was speechless. Why do I feel like I'm being rebutted by someone else? She blinked and was about to think of another excuse to reject him when she suddenly remembered that she still had her wallet with her bank and credit cards. Although the credit limit wasn't as high as Hu Xiaoheng and He Jichu's cards, it was more than enough to buy a Hermes bag. If she used her card to buy a bag here, it would leave some clues for the people who were looking for her. Gunyenji immediately changed her mind and giggled. "Fine, I was thinking too much. How about this, I'll buy it myself." She then looked at Reinitz. "How did you know that I like Hermes bags the most?" "Really? I don't know. It's probably a coincidence." Reinitz laughed and held her hand as they walked into the Hermes flagship store. The clerks inside bowed to them, especially to Reinitz. Reinitz walked into the world's most famous luxury store with his back straight. He was as elegant as an old European aristocrat. He was a completely different person from the first time Gu Nianji saw him, when he was a bare-chested mountain man chopping firewood. Gu Nianji's eyes fell on the classic and new bags displayed in the store. Her eyes flashed and thought to herself that this person was really multifaceted. The gentle and honest alpine mountain man, the elegant demeanor of a European aristocrat in the Hermes flagship store. She wondered how Reinitz grew up. Which one do you like? I'll let them show you. Reinitz bowed his head and spoke English to her. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and immediately took a fancy to this spring's new Verichain bag. The bag wasn't big, but it was just enough to carry all of her belongings. The color was very bright blue, and it reminded her of the deep blue lake she saw in the Alps. The price was also very affordable. It was only $8,000. It was a bit more expensive than other bags, but compared to Hermes' own bags, it was a good price. Most importantly, it wouldn't exceed Gu Nianji's credit limit. She pointed to the Vera blue chain bag and said, "I'll take this one. It's more convenient to carry around. Small, exquisite, light, practical, and the color was bright and eye-catching." It met all of Gu Nianji's requirements for a bag of this size. Reinitz also took a fancy to the bag at first glance, and the price should be within Gu Nianji's acceptable range. It wouldn't be surprising to give it as a gift. He nodded and said to the employee, "I'll take this bag. Find a brand new one." The employee was a bit troubled and said, "This bag is the only one available for now. If you want it, we can." When Gu Nianji heard this, she knew that the Hermes employees were playing the hunger marketing game again. They were always unwilling to sell it to you smoothly. Instead, they would ask you to buy a bunch of other belts, accessories, scarves, and so on. They claimed that they were bonding with the staff. Only after they got familiar with them would they tell you that the bag you wanted was in stock. They were actually trying to cause trouble. If they had it, I would buy it if I could afford it. If I couldn't, I wouldn't buy it. Why would there be so much drama? Gu Nianji pouted and was about to say that she wouldn't sell it when Reinitz took out a card from his wallet and said dryly, "Do you have it in stock now?" The employee's eyes widened when she saw it. It was a Hermes VIP gold card. Members with this card could spend 7 figures a year at Hermes, calculated in US dollars. Of course, these members could buy whatever they wanted as long as Hermes had it in stock. Yes, yes. Absolutely. The employee immediately made a 180-degree change from arrogance to deference. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she looked down disapprovingly at her new shoes. It was a pair of Christian Louboutin's famous red-soled shoes. The upper was made of high-quality black calf leather, but the soles were bright red when they stepped on the ground. When they walked, only the bright red soles could be seen faintly, and there was a kind of ascetic coldness to it. Gu Nianji knew that Reinitz had also bought these shoes for her. It was one thing to buy a famous brand, but he had actually bought this brand. Reinitz's aesthetics were probably similar to his personality. Gu Nianji pondered in her heart and quickly glanced at Reinitz. Reinitz was looking at her, and their eyes met before looking away as if nothing had happened. Gu Nianji found her LV wallet from the black plastic bag and took out a black card to pass to the employee. The employee didn't take it and only smiled at Reinitz. Reinitz took the black credit card from Gu Nianji and passed it to the employee. "Take this to pay the bill." In the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged his black credit card for the employee and held Gu Nianji's card in his palm. Reinitz's movements were so fast it was like magic. Neither Gu Nianji nor the employee noticed that the credit card in the employee's hand had actually been exchanged. "Okay, thank you both." The employee took the black credit card and walked into the store. He found a brand new Verichain bag from the storeroom and took it out along with the dustproof bag. He then swiped his card at the counter to pay the bill and brought it over for Gu Nianji to sign. The credit card number on the bill was replaced with XXXXX for safety reasons. Chapter 657. Therefore, Gunyenji didn't even realize it wasn't her card. She casually signed her name, and Reinitz didn't say a word and pretended nothing had happened. When the clerk returned the card, Reinitz took it and replaced it with Gunyenji's credit card before returning it to her. He took his own card back. As for Gunyenji's signature, no one would pursue it as long as Reinitz didn't object. The credit card company would only refuse to pay if the customer didn't approve of the signature. As soon as the bag was bought, Reinitz took it out of the dustproof bag and removed the label. He directly put the contents of the black plastic bag Gunyenji was carrying into the new small bag. Gunyenji slung it over her left shoulder and looked very matching with her dress. Only then was Reinitz satisfied and took her to St. Joseph's Hospital to see Mother Hannah. They took a taxi to the entrance of the hospital. After getting out, Gunyenji looked up at the tall hospital building and asked Reinitz nonchalantly, "Since you're so rich, why did you take a taxi?" Reinitz shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I wanted to hide it from you, but you saw through me. I'll get someone to drive my car over later." Gunyenji was furious. "I saw through you. Can you be any more fake?" She treated Reinitz as a friend who had gone through thick and thin with her. Even if he was hiding something from her, it was an indisputable fact that he had saved her. But was there a need to hide something so blatantly? Reinitz was amused by her and bowed slightly to her. He said very gentlemanly, "It was my fault." "Serious, don't be angry." Gunyenji pursed her lips and thought about what reason she had to be unhappy with him. She had a lot to hide from him too. "I'm not angry. Let's go see Mother Hannah." Gunyenji didn't want to continue the topic and urged him to go see Mother Hannah at the hospital. Reinitz took her into the hospital and found Mother Hannah's room. It was also a single room, but it wasn't as big or luxurious as Gunyenji's. It was a very ordinary room, and Mother Hannah was sleeping on a bed in the middle of the room. Her forehead and wrist were wrapped in white bandages. Gunyenji felt bad and asked Reinitz quietly, "Didn't you say Mother Hannah was fine?" "She was fine." "He was obviously injured," Reinitz shrugged. "It's just a minor injury. I was burned by the fire, but it's not serious." Gunyenji glanced at him and walked to Mother Hannah's bedside. She reached out to hold her hand and sighed in relief when she felt that it was still warm and dry. Perhaps her movement had woken Mother Hannah. Mother Hannah opened her eyes and frowned in confusion when she saw Gunyenji. Then she saw Reinitz behind Gunyenji and immediately smiled. "Reinitz, you're here." Reinitz walked over and casually placed a hand on Gunyenji's shoulder. "Mother Hannah, are you feeling better?" Mother Hannah nodded. "I'm fine, but the doctor won't let me leave the hospital. Tell them I want to go home. Stay here for a few more days. We'll talk about it after you've recovered." Reinitz tucked her in and said, "She's serious. Don't you remember Mother Hannah?" "Aw. She's serious." Mother Hannah exclaimed in surprise and reached out to Gunyenji. "Come to Mother Hannah. You look so beautiful in a dress. Mother Hannah doesn't recognize you at all." Gunyenji walked over with a smile. "I thought you forgot about me. I'm going to cry in front of you." "How could I? I even asked Reinitz over the phone how you were. Reinitz told me you were fine and that I was only reassured when you were with him." He winked at Gunyenji to say, "I understand." Gunyenji was speechless. "Mother Hannah, don't think too much." Reinitz smiled and removed his arm from Gunyenji's shoulder. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, "Sirius has been unconscious for the past few days. She said she wanted to see Mother Hannah as soon as she woke up today." "What a good girl." Mother Hannah was overjoyed. She grabbed Gunyenji's hand and refused to let go. "Sirius, are you feeling better? You have to take care of yourself." "I'm fine. Don't worry, Mother Hannah. I'm all better now." Gu Nianji smiled and held her hand. I'm relieved to see that you're fine today. Even if I go home, I can go home in peace. Hearing that Gu Nianji wanted to go home, Mother Hannah's expression froze for a moment. She quickly glanced at Reinitz and saw that he was unmoved. She pursed her lips into a smile and said to Gu Nianji, "Isn't Berlin good? Isn't Reinitz good? Why don't you stay here for a few more days? When Mother Hannah recovers, I'll be able to play with you in Berlin." Gu Nianji smiled and thanked her, but tactfully said, "Mother Hannah, I've already been out for a long time. If I don't go back soon, my family will be worried." "I see." Mother Hannah's eyes were very disappointed, but she still let go of Gu Nianji's hand and nodded. "I know. Home is indeed very important." Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. At that moment, the nurse opened the door and came in to help. "The patient is about to have an injection. Please leave for now." Reinitz took Gu Nianji's hand and walked out of Mother Hannah's room. They waited in the hallway. The two of them looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't speak. After a long time, Reinitz finally said, "You really want to leave?" Gu Nianji nodded and tactfully said, "Yes, I've been away from home for a long time. If I don't go back soon, my family will be worried." "Really?" Reinitz's smile disappeared from his face. He looked at her from the corner of his eye, and the expression in his dark blue eyes was extremely complicated. "Then we'll talk about it when you're fully recovered. If you go out like this, aren't you afraid that the people who want to kill you will find you again?" Of course Gu Nianji was afraid, but was she going to hide here and not go back? Absolutely not. However, what Reinitz said made some sense. She couldn't be too stubborn and leave here, only to be caught again. No matter what, Reinitz was still considered a gentleman. He was 100 times better than that B*TCH Seth. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and thought about it for a while before saying hesitantly, "Then what should I do? But I really want to go home. How about this, you stay here and recuperate first. When you're fully recovered, I'll take you home, okay?" Reinitz's expression softened, and his features weren't as cold as they had been. Gu Nianji sensibly knew that she couldn't go against Reinitz, so she nodded obediently. "Okay, thank you, Reinitz. Good girl." Reinitz patted her head and suddenly heard the door behind him open. He let go and turned to see the nurse who had given Mother Hannah the injection come out. Reinitz took Gu Nianji back to Mother Hannah's room. Mother Hannah looked very tired and almost fell asleep on the hospital bed. Seeing Reinitz bring Gu Nianji in, Mother Hannah nodded slightly at them and mumbled, "You guys get along well. I'm going to sleep for a while." Then she fell asleep. After Gu Nianji and Reinitz said goodbye to Mother Hannah, they took her back to Charlotte Hospital. When they left the hospital, Reinitz didn't call someone to drive him over. He still called a taxi, and Gu Nianji didn't say anything. It was just a joke, so she wouldn't pursue such a small matter. When they returned to Charlotte Hospital, Gu Nianji obediently went back to her room and slept. She waited for the specialists to come over 3 times a day to examine her. All of her data was perfect. After 2 days, the specialists once again requested a blood test for Gu Nianji. Reinitz wasn't in the room this time, so Gu Nianji faced the 3 excited doctors alone. They looked at her like she was a lab rat. Gu Nianji was extremely unhappy. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and only revealed her head. She yelled, "Go away. I'm all cured. I don't want to draw blood. It's just a routine blood test. It won't hurt. If you're afraid of pain, I'll give you anesthesia." A male doctor in his 40s looked at her almost greedily. He held a thick syringe in his hand, just like the kind used to give anesthesia to animals. He reached over to lift her blanket. Gu Nianji was furious. She kicked the blanket up and wrapped it around the doctor's left hand. Then she grabbed the doctor's right hand that was holding the large syringe and stabbed it into his body. The doctor screamed as he was stabbed by the anesthetic needle in his hand. The pain made his fingers instinctively shrink back, and he injected most of the anesthetic into his body. His screams stopped abruptly. His entire body shrunk to the ground and lay there motionless. The other two doctors were older. When they saw Gu Nianji and the male doctor fighting, they hid far away and didn't dare come over to help. Gu Nianji took advantage of this opportunity to jump off the bed barefooted and run to the windowsill. She held the window frame with one hand and supported herself with the other. One leg was already hanging outside the windowsill. Gu Nianji looked out the window and immediately felt dizzy. Her room was on the 18th floor. If you come any closer, I'll jump. I mean what I say. Gu Nianji's stubbornness surfaced. She wouldn't compromise at all. She clung to the window frame, her long hair draped over her back and fluttering in the wind outside. Her small face was whiter than the white hospital gown she wore. The two older doctors were terrified. They quickly waved their hands and blurted out a series of German words for her to come down. Gu Nianji understood a few words, but still insisted on saying in English, "Get out. Get out now." The two bodyguards outside the door heard the commotion in the room. They pushed the door open and immediately pulled out their guns to aim at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. She simply stood on the window sill and shouted, "Come on. Shoot here. Or I'll jump." The two doctors were really anxious now. They rushed up together and hugged the arms of the two bodyguards that were holding the guns. They said repeatedly, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. She's very precious. Absolutely don't shoot." The two bodyguards quickly said, "Let go. It's very easy to misfire like this." Bang! As they spoke, one of the bodyguards accidentally fired his gun and hit the leg of the doctor who was lying on the ground. But even with such a gunshot wound, the doctor lay motionless on the ground. Gu Nianji was secretly shocked. This anesthetic was too powerful. If they really injected it into her body, she shuddered and felt that it would be better to die. As soon as the gunshots rang out, more people rushed in from outside. Reinitz was the last to come in. He had only gone out for a meeting. When he came back, he went to a 4-star Michelin restaurant in Berlin to buy some delicious white sausages. When he came back, he found Gu Nianji's room in a mess. He looked up and saw Gu Nianji standing on the large window sill in the room. The window was very high as half the wall. Gu Nianji stood on it, her white hospital gown puffed up in the wind. Her long hair was flying in the wind, and her bare feet were like white jade. She stepped on the black marble window sill, like a blooming epiphyllum on a black base. It made people's hearts tighten. "Get out!" Reinitz didn't even have time to put down the lunchbox in his hand and yelled. As soon as they heard his voice, the bodyguards left in an instant. Only the two older doctors and the middle-aged male doctor who was lying motionless on the ground were left. "You guys get out too." Reinitz spoke German to them and even kicked the middle-aged male doctor who was lying unconscious on the ground. "Take him away." The two older doctors looked at each other and didn't seem to dare disobey Reinitz. They walked over and carried the middle-aged male doctor who had accidentally injected himself with the anesthetic away. Reinitz put down the lunchbox in his hand and kicked the door shut with a loud bang. He walked steadily to the window sill and extended his hands to Gu Nianji. His voice was extremely gentle. "Come, Sirius, come to me." Gu Nianji refused and leaned against the window. Tears welled up in her dark eyes, but she still stubbornly raised her head and said to Reinitz, "If you want to take my blood again, I'll jump down from here." Reinitz stared into Gu Nianji's eyes and continued to walk steadily towards her. He extended his left hand and said in an even more gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. I promise no one will take your blood. When has Reinitz ever lied to you? Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked at Reinitz in a daze and opened her mouth, but didn't dare to speak. In this place, the only person she could rely on was Reinitz. Although he wasn't much better than those people, as long as he was a little better, she could only listen to him. Reinitz finally walked to the window and stopped, still holding out his hand. Sirius, come down. Gu Nianji began to sob. Slowly, she let go of the window frame. Reinitz took a step forward and directly hugged her waist to pull her down from the windowsill. Gu Nianji was held tightly in his arms. He gently patted her back to slowly calm her nerves. He carried her to the bed and covered her with the blanket. He said, I'm going to close the window. The weather is already getting cold. You'll catch a cold if the wind blows. Gu Nianji watched him walk to the windowsill and lock the window with a click. She closed her eyes. She knew that Reinitz had locked the window as well. Reinitz gently stroked her long hair. His dark blue eyes stared intently at her large, dark eyes. His expression was gentle and affectionate, but his voice was a little tense. Promise me that you won't do such a dangerous thing again. Gu Nianji leaned against the pillow, her face full of despair. No, I can't promise you unless you let me go. Reinitz's hand paused for a moment, then he gently moved it away. His voice calmed down. Of course you can go, but you have to wait until you're better. I'm already better. Gu Nianji said anxiously. Reinitz, I beg you. Let me go. I'll try my best. Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. He stood up and turned to leave Gu Nianji's ward. There were several more bodyguards outside Gu Nianji's ward. There were now 8 people patrolling outside her ward daily. They were all armed bodyguards. The doctors who wanted to take her blood for a blood test didn't come either. Gu Nianji was alone in the ward. She couldn't do anything other than read the newspapers and magazines that those people gave her. She couldn't go online, make phone calls, watch TV, or go out. Her ruddy little face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. She ate less and became even thinner. Even the smallest size of the hospital gown was empty on her body, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Gu Nianji racked her brains to think of a way to escape the ward, but the windows were sealed shut. There were 8 bodyguards outside the door 24 hours a day. No one came to see her except Reinitz. Gu Nianji saw that Reinitz came to accompany her every day. She asked him curiously, Reinitz, don't you have to go to work? Reinitz shook the newspaper in his hand. I resigned. Gu Nianji was speechless. Resigned? Really? She asked doubtfully. What do you do for a living? But Reinitz accompanied her every day. How could he have time to go to work? I used to be a computer software engineer. Now I'm. Reinitz looked at her with a smile. Serious full-time caregiver. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and muttered, who would believe that? But she didn't continue to argue with Reinitz. It wasn't that she didn't have doubts, but she was unfamiliar with this place. At least Reinitz had saved her, so it was much safer to be with him than with anyone else. And with Reinitz around, at least she didn't have to worry about someone injecting her with the large syringe that was used to administer anesthesia to animals. That day, after Gu Nianji finished breakfast, she picked up a German dictionary and compared it to a large German law textbook. Reinitz said he was going to accompany Mother Hannah to complete the discharge procedures and probably send her home. He didn't come back all night. The door to the ward was suddenly pushed open, and several people wearing black German military uniforms walked in. The last person to walk in was wearing knee-high boots. He was tall and had long legs. His face was cold and handsome. He was much more treacherous than Reinitz and had a sinister look on his face. The epaulets on this person's shoulders were silver-white with 3 four-pointed stars and a silver-white corolla decoration. The other people's epaulets were golden with 2 silver-white arrowheads in the middle. The person with 3 stars on his shoulder was definitely their leader. Chapter 658. Gu Nianji had some understanding of Germany's military ranks. She knew that the silver background with 3 stars and a silver corolla decoration was the rank of colonel in the army. 09 Small Say Net, the other epaulets were just golden bands with 2 silver arrows in the middle. They were the rank of staff sergeant. They were probably the soldiers under the colonel's command. Gu Nianji glanced at them and looked away. She continued to sit on the sofa and read. The colonel walked in front of her with his hands behind his back. He extended his hand and introduced himself in English. I am ALS, the director of the German Federal Intelligence Agency. I have the rank of colonel. Gu Nianji slowly looked up and glanced at the man's outstretched hand. She had no intention of shaking it and replied in English, I don't know you. You came to the wrong door. Wrong door. Ha. ALS laughed and sat on the sofa across from Gu Nianji. He clasped his white-gloved hands together and looked at her with interest. Nianji, Gu Nianji. That's your real name, right? Gu Nianji's entire body trembled. Although she was still looking at the textbooks in front of her, her hands were already shaking. How did this person know her real name? She had always told the nuns at the convent, as well as Reinitz and Mother Hannah, that her name was Sirius. The man saw Gu Nianji's expression suddenly change and smiled even more sinisterly. He bent forward slightly and reached out with his white-gloved hand to lift Gu Nianji's chin and force her to look up at him. Miss Gu, didn't your family teach you to look people in the eyes when talking to them? Is that considered polite? Gu Nianji forcefully moved her chin away from the man's hand and closed her eyes. She said angrily, my family only taught me to be polite to polite people. There's no need to be polite to people without manners. Oh. You're saying I have no manners? How dare you? The man didn't seem angry and enjoyed the game of cat and mouse. His hand clamped down on Gu Nianji's chin again. Be a good girl and come with us. Otherwise. Before he finished speaking, the door to the room was slammed open again. Reinitz rushed in, panting. His slightly brown face was flushed from running, and his blue eyes narrowed. His gaze moved from Al's hand to Gu Nianji's face. Let her go. Reinitz spoke in German as he slowly walked over and pushed the man's hand away. He pulled Gu Nianji up from the sofa and hid her behind him. ALS, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? You hid her here and made me look for a long time. Reinitz, even though we're friends, this is business. Please don't stop me. I'm going to take her to my department and interrogate her. ALS raised his head. Reinitz, you're not from our department. Don't get involved. Gu Nianji pricked up her ears to listen to them speak German. Thanks to her crazy learning these past few days, she could understand most of it, but she still pretended that she didn't understand. His dark eyes looked back and forth between ALS and Reinitz. Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji and changed to English. No, ALS, you can't take her to your place. You're not going to my place. But she doesn't want to follow you. She looks like she wants to run away at any moment. Can you bear it? ALS folded his hands behind his back and walked around Gu Nianji. He said in English, Miss Gu, what do you say? Gu Nianji put down her book and asked calmly, say what? I don't understand. 09 Small Say Net, Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. The hospital said you've completely recovered and don't need to stay in the hospital anymore. So you have 2 choices now. One is to go back to the Federal Intelligence Agency with me. The other is to go with Reinitz to his house, but he can guarantee that you won't run away. ALS pouted at Reinitz. Gu Nianji's mind was a mess. What the hell was this German Federal Intelligence Agency? How did they know her true identity? Or did they want to capture her to threaten Huashao? She guessed that the Federal Intelligence Agency was similar to the Xia Empire's Special Task Force or Huashao's Special Operations Forces. That would be Huashao's old enemy. Gu Nianji looked down to reveal her snow-white neck. Going to the Federal Intelligence Agency or going to Reinitz's house? Was there even a need to choose? Were they really not forcing her to go to Reinitz's house? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. When she looked up again, her expression was already timid. She tugged at the corner of Reinitz's shirt. Reinitz, I'll go with you. Reinitz slowly pulled his hand back and held the hand Gu Nianji was using to tug at his shirt. That hand was soft and smooth. His heart gradually calmed down, and his heart was filled with peace and joy. He wanted to hold her hand. Even if he knew she was lying to him, Reinitz knew what kind of person Gu Nianji was much better than ALS. Actually, seeing the timid expression on her delicate and intelligent face made him want to laugh. If he hadn't seen Gu Nianji on the Alps with his own eyes and killed the enemy's motorcycle with just one bullet, he would definitely have been fooled by her little appearance. Reinitz didn't bat an eyelid, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. He actually liked to see her act like a helpless little bird to him. Are you sure you want to go with Reinitz? ALS saw the two of them holding hands from the corner of his eye. He nonchalantly turned his head to look at the sealed window and smiled. Who are you to him? How can he take my target away from my hands? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Her mind quickly pondered what ALS meant. Did you hear that? Who are you to him? How can he take you away? ALS turned around and asked Gu Nianji's face. According to the law, only immediate family members have the right to take away the person in my hands. Gu Nianji's heart sank. Immediate family. How could a man and a woman who weren't related be considered immediate family? Only husband and wife could be considered immediate family. What kind of joke was this? Gu Nianji's face flushed. Just as she was about to shake off Reinitz's hand, he instinctively held her tightly and said to ALS, don't scare her. She's already my fiancée. If she goes with me, I guarantee she'll stay in Germany. Gu Nianji's eyes widened and she quickly shook her head. Reinitz pulled her into his embrace and pressed her head tightly against it. He whispered in her ear. Expedient measures. You shut up. Gu Nianji knew it was fake, but she still felt uneasy. Also, why would she stay in Germany? She was a citizen of the Xia Empire. She had to go back. She still had things to do. She poked Reinitz's chest unwillingly to get him to let go of her. 09 small say net, Reinitz let go of her and used his eyes to tell her not to talk anymore. Gu Nianji could only purse her lips and turn around to hide behind him. She hung her head and didn't look at the two men anymore. ALS shifted his gaze to Reinitz and sneered. You guarantee it. What guarantee do you have? Your life. Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. His porcelain-like handsome face had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. Yes, my life. I guarantee it with my life that she won't leave Germany. Gu Nianji suddenly raised her head and stared at Reinitz's back. Her gaze was so intense that it seemed like she wanted to burn a hole in his back. She wanted to struggle, but Reinitz reached out and held her hand even more tightly. The meaning in his hand was self-evident. He wanted her to calm down and not speak nonsense. He wanted her to entrust everything to him. But how could Gu Nianji entrust everything to a man she had known for less than 10 days? There was only one person she truly trusted with all her heart in this life. There was no second person. However, ALS was eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey. Gu Nianji also knew the severity of the situation. If she wasn't careful, she would be placed under house arrest by the Federal Intelligence Agency. If that happened, she really wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, she didn't say anything. However, she decided to find a chance to have a good talk with Reinitz. Not only was it expedient to say that she was his fiancée, but she also wouldn't stay in Germany. Also, Al's words were completely unreasonable. She wouldn't listen to him. Ignoring Reinitz's warning gaze, Gunyinji stubbornly raised her head and said to Als, "Colonel, what you're doing is unreasonable and illegal. I'm not a German citizen. You're forcefully keeping me in Germany. This is illegal detention. My family and country will not let you off." Als suddenly turned around and walked in front of Reinitz. He pushed him away and sneered at Gunyinji, who was standing behind Reinitz. "You're talking about the law with me. Do you know who I am? Do you know what organization I work for? I don't care who you are or what organization you work for. This is a time of peace, and the Xia Empire and Germany are not at war. You have no right to place another country's citizen under house arrest. Als, even though you're a colonel, I still have to say that you're ignorant of the law. Do you think you can't break the law just because you're a colonel? Do you think you're above the law just because you're a Federal Intelligence Agency official? Do you dare say that to your parliament, government, and citizens?" Gunyinji raised her head slightly. She wasn't afraid at all. Als looked at her and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. As expected of our Federal Intelligence Agency's A-rank target. You have guts. You have knowledge. And eloquence. But Miss Gu, did you know? No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Do you want to be the first? But I don't like to be lectured by others like that. Tell me, do you want to die?" Gunyinji shook her head in disdain. "So what? Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you. Do you know that as long as I want to, I can make you suffer 1,000 times worse than death?" Als took a step forward and grabbed Gunyinji's chin again. This time, he used 50% of his strength. Gunyinji's chin was immediately swollen from his grip. Reinitz couldn't bear to watch from the side and grabbed Al's hand. "That's enough. Als, you have my word. I'll do what I say. Why are you making things difficult for her?" Als let go. Gunyinji rubbed her chin and glared at him. She thought to herself, "I'm not a gentleman if I don't get my revenge. As long as I can make it back alive, I'll definitely get my revenge. What are you looking at? Do you really think I don't dare to hit you?" Als glared at her as well. "I can kill you and bury you in the mountains. Do you think anyone will come to me for you?" Gunyinji gave him a look of disdain. If it was really that simple, they would have killed her in the mountains a long time ago. "I'm right here, and I'm unarmed. It's not strange if you want to kill me. The Germans were able to start 2 world wars. Do they need a reason to kill a woman and a child? What a joke." Gunyinji rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. She brought up the most important historical fact that the Germans couldn't touch. As expected, whether it was Als or Reinitz, their expressions were especially ugly. However, no one argued with her. Even the sergeants looked at each other uneasily. It was obvious that their morale was shaken. Gunyinji was even more certain now. These people were German soldiers and government officials. They wouldn't be like the mercenaries who chased her in the Alps and didn't care about the consequences or their reputation as long as they could kill her. These people wouldn't kill her. They weren't after her life. Gunyinji's mind raced as she analyzed Al's psychological state of mind. Als was almost speechless from her rebuke. He glanced at Reinitz, then covered his mouth with his fist, cleared his throat, and said, "All right, no matter how glib your tongue is, I don't care. Tell me, Reinitz's fiancé. Will you go to jail with me, or will you go to his house with Reinitz? He added, but remember, if you run away, I'm going to jail with Reinitz. Reinitz pursed his lips and looked away. It was like he didn't hear what ALS said. Of course, Gunyenji wouldn't go to jail. She snorted and said, if you go to jail, why do you want me to go with you? Of course, I'm going with Reinitz. You. ALS was furious. He raised his hand and swung it at Gunyenji's face. He didn't expect this woman to have such a sharp tongue. She deserved a beating. Reinitz grabbed Alza's arm and warned him, ALS, stop it. That's enough. ALS angrily pushed Reinitz away. He lowered his head and walked out in a huff. His subordinates dispersed in an instant. Only Gunyenji and Reinitz were left in the ward. The bodyguards at the door retracted their necks and closed the door for them. Gunyenji closed her eyes and felt her legs go weak. She fell onto the sofa and couldn't speak for a long time. When Reinitz saw it, he realized that the young girl was just putting on a strong front. She was just putting on a strong front. However, her words had indeed given him a great shock. In the face of power, most people would choose to submit, and some would choose to resist. Only she chose to follow the law. Reinitz looked at her with a complicated expression. After a while, he took out his phone and made a call. He then took out a bucket of iced milk from the fridge. He poured a cup and warmed it in the microwave before bringing it over to her. Drink some milk. Gunyenji took it and finished it in one gulp. She held the empty cup and still didn't speak. Reinitz stood beside her with a cup of coffee in one hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. His voice was very gentle. Sirius, come with me to my house. I will protect you. Gunyenji's lips twitched. She wanted to say that she didn't need his protection. She just wanted him to let her go home. But if she left Reinitz now, what awaited her was ALS bringing her back to the Federal Intelligence Agency. She would never see the light of day again. Gunyenji looked up at Reinitz's religiously handsome profile and his expression as if all the happiness in the world had nothing to do with him. She sighed softly and said, Reinitz, thank you. Reinitz nodded slightly and began packing Gunyenji's things in the ward. She had been here for 7 to 8 days and had accumulated a lot of things. Of course, Reinitz had bought them for her. Soon after, someone knocked on the door. Reinitz opened the door. Gunyenji turned to see that someone had delivered 2 large suitcases. The LV brand was sturdy and durable. It was a must-have for home travel. Gunyenji said to Reinitz, do you have that many things? Do you really need 2 suitcases? Reinitz didn't say anything. He pursed his thin lips and helped her pack everything into the suitcases. They really did pack 2 large suitcases. Gunyenji was speechless. How embarrassing. She actually misjudged him. Reinitz held Gunyenji's hand as they walked out of the ward. A bodyguard came in at the door and followed them with the 2 suitcases. Gunyenji asked Reinitz, have you paid for the hospital fees? Reinitz glanced at her. If not, will you pay for it? I think ALS should pay for it, or the German government should pay for me. Gunyenji shrugged. You guys are holding me hostage here. Are you not even willing to pay for the hospital fees? Aren't you being too stingy? Reinitz felt it was a bit strange to hear that. He walked a few steps and looked straight ahead. No one is holding you hostage. You need our protection here. If we let you go, you'll be hunted down in a few days. Gunyenji frowned. Reinitz, I didn't expect you to speak the same language as ALS. She felt like her freedom was still restricted. It was just that her prison warden had changed from Al's prison warden to Reinitz. Reinitz laughed. ALS must be very happy to hear you say that. Gunyenji pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She followed him to the parking lot. Reinitz walked to a red Aston Martin and opened the door. He smiled at Gunyenji. "This is my car. You don't have to take a taxi." When Reinitz took Gunyenji to another hospital to visit Mother Hannah, they had called a taxi. At the time, Gunyenji had even asked him if he had his own car. Gunyenji looked at the flashy, luxurious sports car and then at Reinitz. She shook her head. "I didn't expect you to be like this, Reinitz." Reinitz was speechless. He wasn't a lecherous person, didn't drink, didn't gamble, and didn't do drugs. How could he not drive a good car with this little hobby? The two of them sat in the car, and the bodyguard put the 2 suitcases in the SUV in the back. They followed the Aston Martin out of the Charlotte Hospital parking lot and drove to the outskirts of Berlin. The 2 cars turned onto the highway out of the city and arrived in front of a beautiful country villa in half an hour. The house wasn't very big, but it was much bigger than Mother Hannah's house. Chapter 659. Gunyenji couldn't help but ask Reinitz, "You look like you're rich. Why did you let Mother Hannah live alone in a place like that?" Reinitz parked the car and turned to look at her with a smile. "What kind of place? You don't think it's a good place?" Gunyenji pouted. "It's too remote. There's no phone, no internet. How can you survive?" Reinitz found it even more hilarious. "The internet only appeared in the last 20 years. You think you can't survive without it? Then were the people from 20 years ago all dead?" His words made sense, and Gunyenji was speechless. It was rare for someone to make her speechless, so she was a bit annoyed. She silently followed Reinitz into his home. The house looked like a small castle from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly modern. French glass doors faced the backyard, and the living room had a white leather sofa against the wall. A geometric pattern carpet was spread in the middle of the living room, and the rest of the place revealed the dark red cherry wood floorboards. A large grand piano stood next to the French latticework door. The lights in the house were all built in, and only the dining room had a large paper lotus lantern. The petals overlapped, and the white light leaked out from the petals and projected onto the dining table. Reinitz took Gunyenji up the stairs. "Your bedroom is on the 2nd floor." Gunyenji followed him into the bedroom and realized it was probably the master bedroom of the house. The room had been redecorated, but it still had a puritanical clean style. It was probably Reinitz's former room. When he didn't speak, he gave off the feeling of a puritanical abstinence. Gunyenji refused to stay in Reinitz's bedroom and shook her head. "I'll stay in the guest room. This is the master bedroom, so it's not appropriate for me to stay here." Reinitz looked down at her, his dark blue eyes carrying a hint of hope and expectation. He was silent for a while, then said, "Sirius, ALS said that you have to be my immediate family member in order to live with me, and I'll protect you." Gunyenji raised her brows. "So?" He took out a small gold velvet box from his suit pocket and opened it. Inside was a pear-shaped diamond ring of at least 3 carats. The angle of the cut was perfect. As soon as he took it out, it glowed faintly in the sunlight coming through the bedroom window. This was a sign that the diamond was very pure. Gunyenji took a step back. "Reinitz, what are you doing?" Reinitz walked up to her and held her hand. "Just to trick ALS, you have to be my fiancé for the time being." As he spoke, he took out the ring and put it on Gunyenji's left middle finger. This was an engagement ring, which meant that this person was already taken. Gunyenji quickly took off the ring and said, "Didn't you say it was a stopgap measure?" How could he be serious? "I won't keep you company." Reinitz stared at her and shook his head. "Who told you it was true?" "Then this ring." Gunyenji opened her palm. The sparkling pear-shaped diamond ring almost blended in with her fair palm. Reinitz looked down calmly and took the ring from her hand. His warm fingertips gently swept over Gu Nianji's palm. Gu Nianji didn't feel anything, but Reinitz felt like his fingers had been electrocuted and were about to go numb. He put the ring on her again and said gently, "It's just a prop." Gu Nianji finally said, "Oh." She looked at him suspiciously but didn't take it off. Anyway, it was just a stopgap measure. When these people stopped paying so much attention to her, she could find a way to contact the Huaxia Empire. But then again, when would Brother Xiong and the others return from their mission? What about Huaxiao? And Professor He should be back from home by now, right? Gu Nianji remembered that Professor He said he would be back for 2 weeks at most. Now that she thought about it, it had only been 2 weeks. He Zhichu had returned home because of his father's illness. Gu Nianji had tried to call him but couldn't get through. But his father should be fine now, right? Even if he had to undergo surgery, he should be back by now, right? She could call him, right? But she didn't even have a phone right now, so how could she call him? At most, Professor He would find out that her phone wasn't in the service area and get anxious, right? With that thought in mind, Gu Nianji's first night at Reinitz's house was a very restless sleep. She seemed to have had a nightmare, but she didn't scream or cry. She calmly ran and hid in the dark alone, and someone kept chasing her like a shadow. She couldn't escape or shake them off. Later, she ran too fast and fell on the ground, then woke up. After waking up and looking at the unfamiliar room, she immediately forgot what dream she had just had. Raising her hand to look at the watch on her wrist, she saw that it was only 4 in the morning, so she fell asleep again. When she woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Reinitz didn't wake her up and asked the cook to prepare lunch for her. Gu Nianji sat at the dining table and pretended to be nonchalant. "Reinitz, do you have internet at home? I'm very bored. Can you let me go online?" Reinitz opened a newspaper and shook his head. "No, I don't have a computer at home either." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Isn't that too much? It's not like you can't go online in prison." Gu Nianji didn't like it and threw her knife and fork away. "I might as well go to prison. Go find ALS and tell him I'm willing to be locked up in prison as long as there's internet." Reinitz closed the newspaper and looked at her with confusion. "Having internet is that important to you? Are you trying to kill time, or are you trying to take the opportunity to contact someone?" Don't take Al's words lightly. Of course, it was both, but Gu Nianji wouldn't admit the second possibility. She frowned. "Even if I contact someone, wouldn't you guys know? There are no secrets on the internet. Would I be that stupid?" Reinitz thought about it and smiled. "Then what do you want to see?" "I have a phone and can go online. I can read it to you." Gu Nianji was speechless. She rolled her eyes and sat down next to Reinitz. She said attentively, "Reinitz, have you tried this white sausage? It's very delicious. It's the taste of Mother Hannah's house." As she spoke, she forked a piece of white sausage and fed it to Reinitz's mouth. Reinitz had never received such good treatment from Gu Nianji. He knew she had other intentions, but he couldn't help opening his mouth and finishing the white sausage she fed him. Gu Nianji was very happy and fed him a few more mouthfuls of food. She even fed him mouthful by mouthful of bread. There was only bread and sausage, but Reinitz was drunk on it. His blue eyes stared at Gu Nianji's face and couldn't move away. Gu Nianji looked away uncomfortably and tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Hey, Reinitz, can you lend me your phone? I'm only looking at the news online, especially the case I'm in charge of. I told you before, I'm a lawyer. I'm helping someone with a lawsuit, so I can't give up halfway. I swore to bring the B*TCH to justice." Reinitz took out his phone and swiped it open. "What lawsuit are you fighting? Can I find it online?" After a moment of silence, he asked her again, is your real name Gu Nianji? He pronounced the 3 words Gu Nianji in Mandarin. His pronunciation was perfect, as if he had practiced it many times. There was no accent at all. Gu Nianji blinked. Oh, right. Didn't you already know? Didn't ALS tell you? I want to hear it from you. Reinitz looked at her deeply. I don't believe what he said, but as long as you say it, I'll believe it. Gu Nianji blushed with shame and looked away helplessly. She said, yes, but my English name is indeed Sirius. Reinitz raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was indeed something they didn't know. He thought she had made up the name Sirius to coax him, but it turned out to be true. All right, don't be like that. I don't believe ALS didn't tell you about the case I'm in charge of. Gu Nianji propped her head on her hand and leaned against the dining table as she studied Reinitz. I really want to finish this. It's the case related to Seth. He's also the person who's after my life this time. Reinitz looked at her and thought she really wasn't lying to him. This little girl was too smart. He searched for Li Haiqing's case on his phone and picked out some news to read to her. Because Seth escaped, the court hasn't announced the results of the first trial yet. He then said, this case has a team of plaintiff's lawyers, and you're only one of them. You're not there right now, so your colleagues will finish the case. I'm also suing Seth's family for civil compensation, Gu Nianji said gloomily. If I don't go, I'm afraid that family will escape civil punishment. Reinitz continued to watch the news and laughed. Compensation of 1 billion euros. Yes, that's bold and impressive. Gu Nianji returned to her seat. She could tell that Reinitz had no intention of showing his phone to her, so it didn't matter how much she tried to please him. Picking up her knife and fork for her lunch, Gu Nianji changed her angle to attack Reinitz. As she ate, she analyzed the relationship between Reinitz and ALS. Reinitz, why do you listen to ALS so much? What right does he have to order you around? You're not a government official or a soldier. What he did is against the law. I'm a foreigner. If my country doesn't stand up for me no matter what he does to me, I won't be able to sue anyone. But you're different. You're a German citizen. If he dares to mess with you, you can sue him until he's sent to military court and sent to military prison. Reinitz stopped looking at his phone and looked up at her steadily. The expression in his eyes seemed to be encouraging her. Go on, keep talking. Gu Nianji winked at him. You know I'm a lawyer, and a very successful one at that. If you want to sue him, I can defend you for free. I guarantee that you'll be able to sue him until he loses his pants. Reinitz couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. He leaned forward and whispered, Sirius, I like the way you lie to everyone. It's very charming. Gu Nianji was speechless. Damn. She was being looked down upon. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. She knew she couldn't incite Reinitz to turn against ALS. Sirius, do you know which organization AL's Federal Intelligence Agency's Bureau 1 used to be? Reinitz felt the need to explain it to Gu Nianji. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died in the future for trying to poach ALS. Which one? Gu Nianji ate her oatmeal and put in some condensed milk. It was sickeningly sweet. The Gestapo. Gu Nianji's hand trembled. She looked at Reinitz in disbelief. Really? The Gestapo was a German transliteration of the Mandarin term. It translated to National Secret Police. It was a notorious secret service organization during the Nazi Germany era. It was also the most biting dog under the SS. That organization still exists. Of course the Gestapo doesn't exist anymore. Reinitz shrugged. But its organization and personnel were completely inherited by the Federal Intelligence Agency. So, don't be too careless. Gu Nianji was silent. She knew that Reinitz had a deeper meaning behind his words. He must be well aware of what she meant just now. That was why he was subtly reminding her not to try to drive a wedge between him and ALS. ALS was much more powerful than she imagined. ALS allowed you to live with me on account of our many years of friendship. But don't think that he has completely let go. Reinitz was almost scaring her because he was worried that this unusually courageous little girl would do many unimaginable things. If she angered them, it would be terrible if they took harsh measures against her. Gu Nianji's face paled. She couldn't help but look around. So, ALS also had eyes and ears here. Who was it? The bodyguards outside the door. The kitchen maids who came to cook. The cleaners. Or the gardeners who trimmed the flowers outside. As soon as Reinitz said that, Gu Nianji immediately dismissed the idea of getting the service staff to help her pass messages. The only person she could trust here was herself. She didn't even dare to guarantee Reinitz's safety. He obviously had a better relationship with ALS. But if she sat here all day and did nothing, she might as well die. She lowered her head gloomily. Her nose felt sour, and 2 drops of tears slid down her face and landed on the dining table. Gu Nianji quickly wiped them with a tissue. Reinitz was slightly taken aback, but he finally gave in. I'll ask ALS tomorrow. If he agrees, I'll install internet at home. Gu Nianji almost fainted when she heard that. So his house really didn't have internet. Who didn't have internet at home in this day and age? Gu Nianji hugged her knees as she sat on the window sill in the living room. The 2 sparkling diamond earrings on her perfectly shaped earlobes shone in the sunlight. It was like 2 miniature suns were glued to her earlobes. She looked at the neatly trimmed garden beds in the yard and kept thinking of opportunities in her mind. Reinitz brought a cup of coffee and sat not far from her reading the newspaper. Gu Nianji's eyes swept over and looked him up and down. She tried to find something to talk about. Reinitz, how did you and ALS meet? Did you tell him I was here? From his tone, the 2 of them seemed to be friends, and very close friends. How could someone who was good friends with the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service be a normal person? You must be kidding me. Gu Nianji felt disdain in her heart, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Reinitz didn't look up and didn't avoid her question. If I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Their department was looking for you, and they found you. That's how they knew I was with you. ALS was also an orphan, and we grew up in the same orphanage. Weren't you adopted by Mother Hannah later on? Yes, but I was only adopted by her when I was 12, and ALS was adopted when he was 10. We were all grown up at that time, and we were best friends. Later, we met in university and became classmates. Reinitz explained in detail. Gu Nianji could imagine 2 boys who were familiar with each other in the orphanage reuniting in university after a few years. As long as they were normal people, their relationship would definitely be better than before. Later on, he joined the army and made a lot of contributions. His rank and position kept rising. After I graduated from university, I became a software engineer and started a few small companies. After I sold them, I made some money. Reinitz finished speaking and looked up from the newspaper. His blue eyes danced with laughter. Curious girl, what else do you want to ask? Gu Nianji was speechless. She turned her head and continued to look out the window. Then hurry up and install an internet connection. I'm so bored I'm going to grow mushrooms. Reinitz looked at her thoughtfully. She had been very obedient these past few days and didn't do anything out of line. However, she sat on the windowsill every day and looked out the window. It wasn't that he didn't understand how she felt. Who could be happy when their freedom was restricted? But, Reinitz shook his head and thought that maybe he should use another method. She was a flower that only bloomed under the sunlight in the wild, not a potted plant in a greenhouse. After that, Reinitz often went out and said that he was preparing for a new company and starting a new business. Gu Nianji didn't really believe him, but she had no choice but to believe him. Moreover, did it matter whether she believed him or not? ALS sometimes came to visit Reinitz, but when he came, Gu Nianji never came out of her room. She didn't want to see him or talk to him. In her eyes, he was like a prison warden who came to visit regularly. The internet connection was installed, but Gu Nianji went online and realized that it was under strict surveillance. She didn't even dare to contact Yin Shixiang and the others because she would expose them if she did. At that time, she realized that even with the internet, she only dared to read some general information. At most, she would pay attention to the progress of Li Haiqing's case. There was still no news of Seth, who had escaped. What did you say? That woman disappeared. She even castrated Seth. The round-faced, straight-haired woman couldn't suppress her anger. Are you pigs? Useless. Useless. Don't tell me that we gave you so many resources and even the Copernicus satellite tracking system, but you still lost her. Boss, it's not that we're useless. That woman had help in the Alps. A man, very powerful, took her away on a motorcycle. A few of us couldn't catch up to them even on motorcycles. We even fell off a cliff and lost a few people. Help. How could she have help in the Alps? The woman was so angry that she laughed. She knew very well that Gu Nianji's biggest helper, Hu Xiaoheng, was still trapped in the United States by her scheme. Don't find such a ridiculous excuse just to shirk responsibility. This was the 20th chapter with 5,000 words. There were a total of 20 chapters today, and 100,000 words. Asking for monthly votes. They had worked so hard for 2 months to save up so many chapters, and now they were all being thrown out. Don't forget your monthly votes. Chapter 660. So you must request for monthly votes. Important things must be repeated thrice. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. Please vote for monthly votes Acts 2. If you have already filled up your 5 monthly votes, remember to vote for recommendation every day. Vote for full votes. Moi, everyone. Good night. Chapter 661. There really was a helper. I wasn't the only one who saw it. Everyone saw it. There's even a video. The man yelled and wanted to send the woman a video. Video? Fine, send it over. The woman suppressed her anger and began to receive the video. The video was very blurry, and it was obviously taken from a moving target in the dark. However, she could still clearly see 2 people on a motorcycle. A man and a woman sat in the back, wearing helmets. The slender figure in the back was most likely Gu Nianji. The man on the motorcycle in front of her didn't turn around, but she could see that he had a broad back and long legs. He wasn't anyone she knew. There really was someone helping her. The woman's pupils constricted, and her heart was filled with shock and uncertainty. The man on the motorcycle couldn't be a helper left behind by that person, could he? The woman with the round face and straight hair rubbed her head and thought for a while before shaking her head. Probably not. With that person's meticulousness and ruthlessness, if he had left someone behind, he would have caught all of them in one fell swoop. There was no way he would have met Gu Nianji in that godforsaken place. The woman hung up and sat in her chair to think. York probably wouldn't be able to help much in Germany. Hu Xiaoheng had already been tied up in the United States, so he still didn't know what had happened to Gu Nianji. After thinking about it, the only person she could still use was the Huaxia Empire. That was almost her final trump card. If she still couldn't kill Gu Nianji, then she could only say that this person was extremely cunning and stubborn. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for thousands of years. Ever since Hijichu returned, he had been searching non-stop for 4 to 5 days, but there was still no news of Gunyenji. It seemed like all the clues were cut off as soon as they entered the Alps. He decided to stop looking for Gunyenji and went straight to Seth in York. From the bloodstains he found in the car, Seth seemed to have suffered a great loss and needed to find a place to recuperate. Hijichu was in the Hilton hotel room looking at the information he had gathered over the past few days. Picking up his phone, he ordered his people, remember that small clinic. Find the name and address of everyone in the clinic. If we find him, we should be able to find out where Seth is. Seth was a fugitive and seriously injured, so he definitely wouldn't go to a proper hospital for treatment. These small clinics were the most likely places for him to appear. Also, the fact that the other party had abandoned the car in the clinic's parking lot meant that the owner of the clinic had a close relationship with the people who were after Gunyenji. With this clue, it would be easy to find someone. These people thought that they wouldn't be discovered if they moved. Therefore, when a few masked men with semi-automatic submachine guns dragged the doctor out of his hiding place, he still didn't know what was going on. He thought that it was a normal robbery or extortion, or that someone who had committed a crime was looking for him for treatment. He hurriedly said, "Sirs, do you want money or medicine? My clinic isn't here, but it has everything." The men didn't say anything. They sealed his mouth with tape and brought him to Hijichu's place. Hijichu didn't appear personally. Instead, he sat behind a screen and listened to his people interrogate the doctor. The doctor had never been tortured like this before. His wrist was broken, and his scalpel-holding hand was crippled. He bawled and confessed everything. "Seth is useless now. I performed a cavernous and testicular resection on his lower body. He's currently recuperating in a villa. I don't know. I don't know anything. The female lawyer they were after ran away. They're still looking for her. I don't know where that female lawyer is." The doctor hugged his broken hand and cried bitterly. "It had nothing to do with me. I was only treating their injuries. I've never done anything bad. People who help the wicked say they've never done anything bad. Me too. I only do charity." The mercenary who broke his wrist made a rare joke. He was truly disgusted by such a hypocritical person. "You say you've never done anything bad, but all these years, you treated these people no matter what injuries they suffered. How much did they give you in private? As a doctor, you covered up gunshot wounds and knife wounds. You say you've never done anything bad. How many murderers and robbers have you covered up? Don't you know that there are accomplices in the law?" The doctor was rendered speechless and sobbed a little less loudly. Hijichu finally sighed deeply when he heard this. He slowly stood up with the help of the chair. Knowing that Nyenji hadn't fallen into the hands of those cheese, he was finally half relieved. She had always been a smart girl. This time, he hoped she could hold on. He would definitely find her and bring her home personally. Hijichu came out of the room where the doctor was locked up and ordered his men, "Go catch Seth." According to the doctor's confession, the villa Seth was hiding in was actually a private property owned by the Yorks. The property was so secluded that basically no one knew it belonged to them. There were no other homes within a 5-mile radius except for them. Seth lay on the bed in the villa, feeling like he was dying. He couldn't sleep at all. Staying here alone every day to recuperate was like waiting for death. No one else came here. Other than his mother, Ramona, and stepfather, York, who brought him food and a change of clothes every 3 days, no one else came here. He didn't want to see anyone either. Now that he was in this state, he was neither human nor ghost. It was better to be dead. Whenever he thought of that vicious female lawyer, he gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to cut her into 1,000 pieces. He swore that when he recovered, he would make that female lawyer's death be worse than that female exchange student's. Seth fell asleep in his rage, but was woken up by a sharp pain. Opening his eyes, he realized he wasn't in his bed but in the basement of his house. A group of burly masked men dressed in black surrounded him in a circle, and there were 4 or 5 black wolf dogs at his feet barking at him. A man wearing a black cloak and a low-brimmed hat slowly walked over and stepped on Seth's face. His voice was cool and indifferent. "Are you Seth?" It was a standard Hanoverian accent. Seth thought it sounded familiar, but he couldn't see the man's face clearly. "Is that so?" the man asked again. "Yes. Yes." Seth stuttered. He raised his head and tried to see the man's face clearly, but he couldn't. The man's face was hidden in the shadow of the dark hat, and he seemed to be wearing sunglasses. Sweat trickled down his face, and he suddenly felt fear. The man didn't say anything threatening and just stood straight in front of him, but it made him feel endless fear. Looking up at the man's black cloak, Seth felt the darkness grow larger and larger until it was boundless and enveloped his entire body. It was as if a catastrophe was about to befall him. The man in the black cloak was He-Ji-Chu. He looked down at Seth, who was crawling at his feet, and retracted his feet as if he thought Seth was dirty. Rubbing his feet on the carpet, he turned around and said, "Kill him." Seth's pupils dilated as he watched the man's black cloak sweep across the threshold like the Grim Reaper had arrived. Rip! Seth's clothes were ripped off by several bodyguards, and then the wolf dogs glared at him hungrily. One by one, they pounced on him. He-Ji-Chu stood at the basement door and listened to the wolf dogs' excited howls as well as Seth's screams, each louder than the last. The bodyguards watched impassively until Seth was on the brink of death from the wolf dogs before stabbing him in the chest. The person who did it wore a thin, transparent glove that had clear fingerprints on it. However, the fingerprints were only faint marks on the handle of the knife. "Is this the knife York used?" a bodyguard asked quietly. "Yes, the fingerprints are all there. I found a thief and paid a lot of money to get it." One of the bodyguards adjusted the knife with a grin. After everything was cleaned up, Seth's body was decomposed to bring forward the time of death. Finally, Seth's decomposed body was placed in the freezer to be frozen. "Mr. He, it's all done," the captain of the bodyguards reported to He-Ji-Chu. "Okay. Clean up this place and don't leave any clues." He-Ji-Chu glanced back before turning to leave. They had come prepared with thick plastic bags on their feet and thick plastic gloves on their hands, so they wouldn't leave any footprints or fingerprints. After leaving York's villa, the 2 cars sped into the mountains under the cover of night and made a large detour before returning to the Hilton Hotel in Munich. It was already midnight, and He-Ji-Chu was wide awake when he returned to his room. Turning on his laptop, he searched the internet and found the target's computer. He hacked into it and obtained a series of evidence and information. Then he used the target's email to send it to many people and organizations, including Germany's most famous social media and the 3 major TV stations. The email sent by He-Ji-Chu through the target was too shocking. That day, almost all the media in Germany, including the internet, TV stations, newspapers, and magazines, had the same explosive news. This was the mistake of Andrea, a very famous member of Germany's parliament and a popular candidate for the next chancellor. He had sent a private email to everyone. This private email wasn't just any private email. It was a discussion between him and his trusted subordinates on how to buy votes and bribe elections. Also, he had once made a deal with a gang to assassinate a member of parliament who had competed with him for a seat in parliament. The evidence was too heavy, and most importantly, it was all sent from this person's own email. The German National Security Agency quickly followed up and applied for a subpoena to the parliament member's home to search for evidence. The parliament member's computer, phone, tablet, and all smart electronics were confiscated and searched by professionals. This time, the evidence was too abundant, and there was no one to cover up for him. Everyone related to him couldn't wait to draw a clear line with him, afraid of being implicated by him. And among the evidence, York, who could cover up everything in the Rollercoasters area, appeared many times. Whether it was helping the parliament member bribe elections or helping him connect with the gang to assassinate another competitor, he was never absent. When this incident was exposed, York was immediately silenced in Rollercoasters. The mayor there immediately transferred him from his position as police chief and made him the principal of the police academy to avoid this storm. Smith and the others found out and laughed in anger. He can still be the principal of the police academy after something like this happened. That's a position no worse than being the police chief. Exactly. These Germans won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Hijichu stared coldly out the window and thought it was time to release the second wave. Less than 2 days later, the official social media account of the Munich District Court suddenly posted several screenshots of emails. The content was the second judge in charge of Li Haiqing's case and York's insider trading. York asked the judge to acquit his stepson in exchange for agreeing to help the judge run for the next parliament. As soon as the screenshots were posted, they were immediately reposted nationwide. The judge kept delaying the first trial verdict for Li Haiqing's case, and everyone previously thought it was because there was insufficient evidence. As soon as the email screenshots were posted, everyone knew there was insufficient evidence. He was colluding with York in an attempt to get away with it. By the time the Munich District Court found out about the incident on their official social media account, the entire screenshot had already spread like wildfire throughout Germany. Even the Parliament and the Ministry of Justice began subpoenaing and hearing the judge. Although the judge vehemently denied it and said the email screenshots were photoshopped, the German Ministry of Justice's technical department recovered the deleted emails on his phone and proved the screenshots were not fake. As for why they were stupid enough to leave evidence in black and white, it was because the two of them couldn't trust each other and were afraid the other would go back on their word. Therefore, they had to use some form of record to keep each other in check. If you dare expose me or abandon your deal with me, I'll expose you. This kind of mutually destructive method was the only way to ensure their interests were aligned. They just didn't expect there to be such a powerful hacker in the world who could sneak into their emails and screenshots of all the emails. Soon after, the second judge in charge of Li Haiqing's case was suspended for investigation and transferred away from the case. Both cases were related to York. And after it was revealed that he had bribed the first parliament member and colluded with the mafia, he was only removed from his position as the police chief and became the principal of the police academy. This kind of shady person from the inside out became the principal of the police academy. Are you kidding me? All of Germany's social media was talking about this topic. York was in the limelight and even the most popular internet celebrity wasn't as popular as him. Under everyone's condemnation and some people adding fuel to the fire, York was removed from his position as the principal of the police academy. At the same time, his German bank account, Swiss bank account, and deposit balance were exposed. Faced with the astronomical number of zeros in his bank account balance, the amount of money that York couldn't earn even if he worked as the police chief for 500 years. The Germans were really angry. For many Germans, corruption and bribery of officials was what they hated the most. Although they sympathized with the case of the foreign female student, they never felt the same way. Therefore, even if York was dealt with lightly, these people didn't really care. At most, they would just watch the show and make a fuss. But it was different now. York had touched the bottom of the Germans' lives. For a moment, social media and traditional media were unanimously condemning York and calling for him to be severely punished. Once these bank accounts were exposed, York was immediately suspended for investigation. All of York's officials in the Rollercoasters region were implicated and forced to step down. The Rollercoasters region held an early election. The prosecutor and police moved box after box of information from his and Ramona's residence, and all of his properties were searched. Hijichu used the reason that they had a civil claim against York's family and immediately requested that all of York's and Ramona's assets be frozen, including his Swiss bank account. Many people knew that the Swiss bank never got involved in such matters and rarely voluntarily handed over or froze their own depositor's bank account. But as soon as Hijichu requested it, the Swiss bank agreed immediately. When the German officials saw that even the Swiss bank had to bow down to Hijichu, their hearts began to pound. They no longer dared to go against him. Just as everyone was investigating York's assets in full swing, the most important part of the show began. The police found Seth's frozen body in one of York's country houses. Everyone knew that Seth had absconded, but they didn't expect that he hadn't escaped Germany at all and had died a long time ago. As soon as this matter was exposed, York was no longer a normal political matter but a criminal case. There were only York, Seth, and Ramona's fingerprints and footprints in that house, and Seth's autopsy proved that he had died 20 days ago, the day he supposedly escaped from the hospital. He had also died a horrible death. Not only was there the blood of a wolf dog in his body, but his stepfather's fingerprints were also found on the knife wounds. This result was accidentally revealed by someone. Ramona, who had always claimed to be ill and kept quiet, immediately changed her mind when she found out. When she saw her son's body, she cried so hard she almost fainted. Many people believed that York killed Seth because his stepson was too good at causing trouble for him. Killing him was in line with York's style of doing things. Even Ramona believed it, because when York quarreled with her, he had said more than once that her son would be better off dead. Not to mention all the direct and indirect evidence found on York's body. York had killed her beloved son, Seth, and she would no longer remain silent for him. Once Ramona changed her mind, York's case was almost certain. She had been married to York for more than 10 years. She knew everything about York. With so much evidence, York's power was already gone. No one would protect him anymore, so there were only people who would kick him when he was down. York was very irritable in the detention center because he had created so many miscarriages of justice. Now that the tables had turned, it was his turn. This is the first chapter with 5,000 words, and there are more to come. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. Today's third chapter has 15,000 words. If you can vote more, I will continue with the third chapter tomorrow. Chapter 662. The direct and indirect evidence that left York unable to defend himself looked so familiar. Hadn't he framed others like this back then? He refused to accept it. All of this was fake. All of it was fake. He didn't know how it all happened. Did it start from when Seth tortured and killed Lee Hai-Chin, or when they planned Seth's escape and kidnapping the female lawyer? After thinking it over, he believed it had something to do with Seth's kidnapping of the female lawyer. He remembered how much manpower, money, and resources the mastermind had expended in order to successfully kidnap the female lawyer. If that person hadn't interfered out of nowhere and they hadn't attacked the female lawyer, Seth would have escaped to North Africa by now, and none of this would have happened. Therefore, if he wanted to escape, he could only find that woman. York slowly thought about it as he sat in the detention center's cafeteria. He finished all the food on the plate in front of him. Although nothing he ate tasted good, now wasn't the time to go on a diet. He needed to survive in order to redress his grievances. Just as he was about to leave the cafeteria, a guard came over and said, "York, someone wants to see you." York froze. Someone still wanted to see him at a time like this. Even Ramona didn't want to talk to him, so someone still wanted to see him. York followed the guard to the reception room. To his surprise, the person didn't take him to the standard reception room specially prepared for suspects in the detention center. In the standard reception room, the visitor and visitor were separated by a thick layer of bulletproof soundproof glass. They could only look at each other and talk on the phone. This person brought him to a meeting room that looked like a normal meeting room. There was no bulletproof soundproof glass between the visitor and visitor. As soon as he walked in, he saw a tall man in a dark suit standing in front of the conference room window with his hands behind his back. The dark suit was perfectly pressed on the man's body, and it was obvious that it was handmade, high-end fashion and not bought. York coughed twice as a greeting. The man turned around and looked at York expressionlessly, a murderous glint flashing in his shimmering, sultry eyes. York froze. The person who came to see him was actually He-Ji-Chu. He was no stranger to this person. He was the lawyer for the plaintiff's team in Li Haiqing's case. Although he had never argued in court, York believed that the youngest partner of the largest law firm in the United States had single-handedly organized all the arguments for the plaintiff's team. This person was definitely standing opposite him. Why would he come to visit him? York sneered. He was no longer as calm as before. Mr. He. I'm so surprised that Mr. He actually came to see me. York sat down in the conference room without any trace of awkwardness. He-Ji-Chu also sat down across from him. He rested one hand on the conference table between them and put the other in his trouser pocket. He sat leisurely, his attitude cold and aloof as always. York, I've already applied to freeze your Swiss bank account. He-Ji-Chu leaned forward and said casually. York's expression immediately changed. Impossible. This is impossible. He roared loudly and glared at He-Ji-Chu. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. He-Ji-Chu smiled and leaned back in his chair. He raised his hand. If you don't believe me, can't you just call your bank representative? As he spoke, he took out his phone and slid it in front of York. Without another word, York picked up his phone and opened the call. Just as he was about to make the call, he suddenly realized something and put the phone down. He pushed it back and sneered, "You're trying to trick me." If he used He-Ji-Chu's phone to make a call, then He-Ji-Chu would have all the information on the caller. He-Ji-Chu sneered and shook his head. He caught the phone. Why would I need to trick you? I even know your Swiss bank account password. Why would I need to trick you? York's eyes narrowed in fear. His face twitched as he slowly sat down and glared at He-Ji-Chu. After a while, he asked. What do you mean? Since you already know everything, why are you still looking for me? He-Ji-Chu played with his phone and looked at York lazily. I'm bored. Can't I? York was speechless. He didn't want to talk anymore. He stood up. If you don't have anything else, then I'm leaving. York turned to leave. Stop right there, He-Ji-Chu said dryly behind him and stood up as well. York stopped and didn't turn around. What's wrong? Does Mr. He still have something to say? Of course He-Ji-Chu had something to ask him. Otherwise, why would he talk to someone he hated? However, for the sake of Gu Nianji's whereabouts and to know who was behind all this, He-Ji-Chu had no choice but to feign civility with this person he hated. Yes, you know your current situation, right? The civil compensation case, the corruption and bribery case, and the stepson's murder case, all three major cases are on you. A life sentence is a light sentence, and you can never be released from prison early. Also, how many enemies do you have in prison waiting to take revenge on you? Do I need to remind you? When He-Ji-Chu finished speaking, York's back froze. He had forgotten how many enemies he had in prison. Cold sweat dripped down York's back. He didn't feel so confident anymore. But what exactly did He-Ji-Chu want to do? York turned around and stared at He-Ji-Chu, but he couldn't see any clues from his cold face. Mr. He, what do you mean? York unknowingly used honorifics against He-Ji-Chu. He-Ji-Chu took 2 steps to the side and walked to a place not far from York with his hands behind his back. What I mean is very clear. Who cooperated with you to let your stepson Seth kidnap lawyer Gu? Tell me, and I can help you get out of this. York glared at He-Ji-Chu. After a while, he suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. But Mr. He, my memory isn't very good. I have to think about it carefully before I can remember who cooperated with me. He wasn't willing to tell Hijichu right away. Hijichu was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't let York see that he was anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue this discussion. He nodded faintly and said, "Very well then. Let me know when you remember. I'll also tell you that I don't like people bargaining with me. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I've already stated my conditions. If you don't accept them or think of better conditions, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to keep you company. Goodbye." Hijichu left without hesitation. York, on the other hand, was stunned. He instinctively called out to Hijichu, "Mr. He. Let's talk." Hijichu didn't stop walking. Without turning his head, he said, "If you've thought it through, then talk. If you haven't thought it through, don't force it." York was speechless and hesitated. He didn't know if he should make this exchange with Hijichu. Also, he hadn't contacted that woman yet, so he had to sound her out first. If that woman didn't help him, it wouldn't be too late for him to betray her. After all, that woman was too powerful. Not only did she have money, she directly gave him 100 million euros in cash and deposited it into a Swiss bank account, but she also had power. She could mobilize the Copernicus satellite tracking system. With this kind of power, if York wanted to betray her, he would have to think carefully. Otherwise, he would really lose himself. After Hijichu left, York returned to his room in the detention center and didn't do anything for the whole day. But the next day, when it was time for him to go to Seattle, he sent a letter to a strange email address and said, "Miss Yamaguchi, let's talk. What do you think about this?" This letter was intercepted by Hijichu, who had been monitoring him, but the strange thing was that the email address that had received York's mail couldn't be found at all. No matter what method he used to track it, he couldn't find the address. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Hijichu's heart sank when he saw this result. Even with his computer network skills, he couldn't track this email address. Could there be a computer expert more powerful than him in this world? Looking at the name of the person York had sent the email to, it seemed to be a Japanese woman. Did the Japanese have such advanced computer network skills? Hijichu didn't believe it. He sat in front of the computer thinking for most of the night and finally thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but look even more grim. He remembered his faint worries from before, and now the appearance of this strange email address seemed to confirm his suspicions. No wonder he couldn't track it, oh no. Hijichu stood up from his desk abruptly. If the other party really was evenly matched with him, then if he hadn't guessed wrong, York was now in grave danger. He picked up his phone and immediately called the detention center where York was being held. "I have something urgent to talk to York about. Please let him answer the phone." The guard on duty was very unhappy to be disturbed from his sleep and said, "Who are you? It's so late. If you have anything to say, talk tomorrow. My surname is He. Look at York's visitor records. I went to see him the day before yesterday." Hijichu suppressed his nervousness and said in a low voice. The guard on duty at the detention center flipped through the visitor records impatiently. When he saw the note next to Hijichu's name, he immediately turned 180 degrees and said quickly, "Mr. He. It's Mr. He. Please wait a moment. I'll get York to answer the phone right now." The guard on duty immediately woke up and jogged to the room where York was being held. He took the key and opened the large metal door. He shouted loudly, "York! Come out and answer the phone." It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. York must have fallen asleep because there was no sound at all. The guard on duty had no choice but to turn on the lights while swearing. He walked in and yanked the blanket off York's bed. He ended up seeing York bleeding from all 7 orifices on the bed. "Ah!" He was so scared that he fell back on his butt. He then scrambled out and screamed, "Murder! Murder! Someone killed someone in the detention center." When Hijichu received the news that York had died in the detention center, he immediately understood that he was still one step too late. The other party had probably acted as soon as they received York's blackmail email. Although he didn't find out who was behind this, the fact that the other party had cut off this lead so quickly meant that the mastermind didn't want Hijichu to know. Why didn't they want him to know? It was probably possible that this person was someone Hijichu knew, or someone who was on opposing sides of Hijichu. Hijichu didn't have many friends, but he had many enemies. He narrowed his shimmering almond-shaped eyes and quickly thought about how to find Gunyenji. Seth and York's lead had been cut off, and Gunyenji's phone must have been lost as well, so he couldn't use GPS to track her. Where exactly was she? Was she in the Alps? From the looks of it, the worst-case scenario was that she was trapped in the Alps. However, it wasn't winter, so it was a little better. If it was winter and the mountains were sealed off by heavy snow, then there would be no way out. Hijichu thought about it for a long time and made two decisions. 1. He immediately sent people into the Alps to search. He had to find Gunyenji even if he had to search every inch of the Alps in Bavaria. 2. He had to do something. He had to appear more in front of the media and the public. He had to stand in a high and conspicuous place so that no matter where Gunyenji was, she would know he was back and waiting for her. After that, Hijichu acted out of character and no longer kept a low profile or avoided the media. He frequently appeared on major German television stations to accept interviews and do programs. He also opened his official account on German social media. The profile picture was Gunyenji's back, and his comment was "waiting for you to come home." At first, Smith and the others didn't understand why Hijichu suddenly liked all kinds of exposure and appeared under the media's searchlights. Later, when they saw Hijichu's social media account, they finally understood. So he wanted to stand at the highest point so that the lost person would know where to find him. Hijichu was already extremely attractive. His looks were perfect for everything, and his sparkling, amorous, almond-shaped eyes paired with his cool and indifferent expression made for a very charming and contradictory temperament. Coupled with his fluent Hanoverian German and his regal demeanor, it was the icing on the cake. The German public was infatuated, and groups of fangirls and fangirls flooded social media every day. Gunyenji should have seen such a large-scale exposure, but unfortunately, her network blocked all news about Hijichu, so she couldn't see the whirlwind Hijichu created on the German internet. She didn't like watching TV, and Reinitz didn't have one at home, so she couldn't see Hijichu's glory on TV. That night, when Gunyenji was already asleep, ALS quietly came to visit Reinitz. The two of them drank draft beer under the moonlight and thought about Hijichu's recent unusual behavior. "Reinitz, do you think that he is still looking for her?" ALS pouted in the direction of Gunyenji's bedroom upstairs. Reinitz took a sip of draft beer and didn't say anything. Under the silvery moonlight, his expression was indifferent, as if he had nothing left to live for. His dark blue eyes were devoid of emotion. After a while, Reinitz finished his draft beer and said dryly, "Can he not look for her? If he had lost her, he would find her even if he had to go to heaven or hell, that's true. She is his capable subordinate. She brought him from the Xia Empire to Germany, but there was no one there when she returned. Who would let her go?" ALS gave Reinitz a thumbs up. "But you had the foresight to block all information about Hijichu in advance. Otherwise, if she found out that Hijichu had already returned, who knows how much trouble she would cause." ALS had only recently learned of Hijichu's other identity in the United States. Even the Supreme Commander of NATO, Secretary-General Philip, had to curry favor with him. Fortunately, the Federal Intelligence Division was a different organization. They didn't have to follow those spineless government officials to lick Hijichu's boots. Gunyenji was in their hands, and they wouldn't let her go. But they didn't want to cause trouble. If they were not careful and allowed Gu Nianji to contact He Zichu, then He Zichu would directly ask for her from the intelligence division. At that time, they really didn't dare to say whether they would let her go or not. It's just a small program. It's not difficult at all, Reinert said coldly. But Sirius isn't used to being locked up in a room. If she goes out and gets information about he from someone else, you have to think about how to deal with it. ALS poured himself another draft beer and said nonchalantly, how can I deal with it? Don't I still have to listen to the higher-ups? If they can't handle his pressure, what do you think I should do? Reinert smiled and didn't say anything else. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. As the smoke lingered, his vision became a bit hazy. That day, the Huaxia Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs Overseas Citizens Office finally saw a report of a citizen going missing abroad. The citizen's name was Gu Nianji. She was one of the lawyers for the plaintiff in the case of Li Haiqing, a female German exchange student who had caused a stir a while ago. Minister Bai from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had taken special care of this case, and even the legal team was hired by Minister Bai's family. Now that they saw that the only Huaxia imperial citizen in the legal team had gone missing, the people from the Overseas Citizens Office were shocked. They quickly picked out the report from the Huaxia Imperial Consulate in Munich and reported it to the higher-ups. It was already late at night when the report was reported to Minister Bai Jianqing of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. His daughter, Bai Yueran, was helping him organize official documents in his office. When Bai Yueran saw the report, she stood up immediately and hurriedly pushed open the door to Bai Jianqing's small office. Father, Gu Nianji has gone missing in Germany. I have to tell General Ji this news as soon as possible. She should have notified Hu Xiaoheng immediately, but he was still overseas on a mission and had no news. Bai Yueran knew that she couldn't use any means to disturb Hu Xiaoheng. This was an iron rule. If she didn't obey, she would only be court-martialed and await the strictest trial. Therefore, the fastest way was to notify General Ji. General Ji had more authority than Hu Xiaoheng and a higher military rank. He could also mobilize more resources to find Gu Nianji. Bai Jianqing looked up from the thick stack of documents and removed his reading glasses. He frowned. What did you say? Who went missing? Gu Nianji. Bai Yueran composed herself. Do you remember? The little girl Hu Xiao rescued from my aunt's magnetic field experiment 7 years ago. She was Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter. This is the second installment of 5,000 words. There's more to come. Please give us monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you all for your monthly votes yesterday. Today, there are 3 installments of 15,000 words. If you all can vote more, we'll continue with the 3rd installment tomorrow. Chapter 663. Oh, it's her. I remember now. Didn't she study law and go to Germany to help with the case? Bai Jianqing knew a bit about her background. Yes, that's her. But she went missing in Germany. Bai Yueran was a bit uneasy. Although she was only the head of the legal department in the Special Operations Forces, the discipline and way of doing things had greatly affected her. She also knew Gu Nianji's importance. Although her father, Gu Xiangwen, was more important than her now, who knew what the Special Operations Forces thought? She was someone Hu Xiaoheng cared about. Okay, go quickly and talk to General Ji. Tell him not to worry. I'll have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urge the local police to find her immediately. Bai Jianqing picked up the phone and called the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bai Yueran nodded. Thank you, father. She turned to leave. Bai Yueran left home and immediately drove her car to the military compound where General Ji lived. She was the head of the legal department in the Special Operations Forces. Her security level was relatively high, and she was appreciated by General Ji. She had a pass that allowed her to enter the compound at any time, so it was fine even if she went in at night. General G was still awake. Although he was old, he was still used to staying up late. Late at night was the time when he was most energetic and clear-headed. He was buried in a document when the internal line on his desk rang. There were 3 phones on his desk, 1 black, 1 red, and 1 gray. The one that rang was the gray internal line. General G didn't even raise his head as he took the phone. "Hello." Bayueran's calm and clear voice came through the phone. "General G, I'm Bayueran. I have an important report to make. I'm waiting at your door." Although Bayueran could enter the main military compound, she couldn't enter General G's house as she pleased. She had to get permission from the guards at the door, and the guards at the door had to get permission from General G or his family before they could let her in. General G's expression immediately turned serious. "Yueran. Come in." The guard at the door could hear the conversation between General G and Bayueran. He nodded and recorded their conversation before letting Bayueran in. When Bayueran entered, General G had just come down the stairs. As soon as he saw her, he said, "Yueran, you're here. Come and sit." Bayueran stood in the middle of the living room and waited for General G to walk over before presenting the report written by the Deputy Consul of the Xia Imperial Consulate in Munich to General G with both hands. She said quietly, "We just received a report that Gu Nianji has gone missing in Germany." General G hadn't expected to hear this news in the middle of the night. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, but he wasn't agitated. He silently sat down on the sofa, took out the reading glasses hanging in his jacket pocket, and began to carefully read the diplomatic briefing. It took General G half an hour to read a diplomatic briefing of less than 500 words. Bayueran didn't even dare to breathe. She could only stare at the sofa next to General G in a daze. After a while, General G finally said slowly, "It's been more than 20 days since Gu Nianji disappeared until we received the news. How was it? Is there any news from the consulate over there?" Bayueran was taken aback. She was very impressed by General G. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. General G's first words were out of the ordinary. Even she forgot to look at the time on the briefing. However, she said, seriously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is too inefficient. It took 7 to 8 days for a briefing like this to be sent to my father. We must get them to be more efficient. She didn't know where she had been delayed, but this was a critical period for her father, by Jianqing, to run for Prime Minister. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes, so she didn't want to pursue this responsibility for now. General G didn't comment. Regardless of whether it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they were all government departments. Bai Jianqing could manage them, but as the head of the military, he couldn't say a word. One shouldn't meddle in politics if one wasn't in a position. The biggest taboo in politics was to stick their hands into things that didn't belong to them. Seeing General G remain silent, Bayueran could only say, "Then what should we do? Should we send someone to Germany?" General G thought that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's daughter and Xiaoheng's fiancé. They couldn't just sit back and do nothing if something happened to her. However, Hu Xiaoheng was currently out on a mission, so he couldn't be informed about this or know about it. Although he knew Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't ignore the severity of the situation and ignore the public for personal reasons, who knew? He had only fallen for one girl in all these years. General G didn't dare take the risk. After thinking for a while, General G said, "Go back and ask your father to ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs again to see if they have any new developments on this matter. I'll accept this for now and see how to proceed." Bayueran stood up and quickly said, "I'll go back and ask my father right now." General G also stood up and smiled. "Thank you, Yueran. You're too kind, General G. I'm also from the Special Operations Forces, so I treat Nianji as one of us." Bai Yueran was very straightforward and turned to leave. After Bai Yueran left, General Ji returned to his study with the briefing. He read it again and picked up the black phone to call the Special Operations Forces. Switchboard, connect me to Yin Shixiang or Zhao Liangze. General Ji thought that since Hu Xiaoheng wasn't in the Hua Xia Empire, it was fine to have his two personal secretaries take charge. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze could be said to have watched Gu Nianji grow up. They had a sense of responsibility and affection for her. If the two of them were in charge, they would definitely be more dedicated than others. General Ji felt a bit uneasy, but he thought that Gu Nianji was also an adult and the Special Operations Forces had special protection for her, so it should be easy to find her. In the end, the switchboard replied, reporting to Chief, Lieutenant Colonel Yin and Lieutenant Colonel Zhao are both out on a mission and can't answer the phone for now. General Ji's hand tightened as he secretly felt that something was wrong. Gu Nianji was missing, and Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangze were all on a mission at the same time. He asked in a low voice, what mission did Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze go on? Who sent them? The switchboard knew that this was General Ji, the highest commander in the military. However, the Special Operations Forces was a bit special, so even General Ji couldn't ask about certain things. If he wanted to know, Speaker Long had to be present at the same time. The switchboard operator said tactfully, General Ji, this is the work procedure of the Special Operations Forces. When they come back, they will report to General Ji. At this point, General Ji also understood. He had been anxious earlier and hadn't thought about this. Now that he was reminded, he immediately came back to his senses and nodded. Understood. Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and the others weren't around, so General Ji felt that he had to take responsibility for this matter. The next day, General Ji called for a special meeting of the Supreme Military Council and told the 7 people present about Gu Nianji's disappearance. He then said, this young girl once made a huge contribution to our country. I think it's a bit strange that she suddenly disappeared now. What do you think? Everyone remembered when Gu Nianji first appeared, she was carrying a small backpack with immeasurably valuable engine blueprints that were for fighter jets. It's very strange indeed. A general sitting next to General Ji frowned. But she's not an orphan anymore. Shouldn't we report this to her family first? Has her father woken up? To these people, the most important person at the moment was no longer Gu Nianji, but her father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji had only brought them a blueprint, but if Gu Xiangwen woke up, it would be a priceless treasure. He would have countless blueprints, inventions, and all sorts of high-end technology that could help the Hua Xia Empire break through technological bottlenecks. But they still unanimously agreed to use the highest standards to rescue Gu Nianji, not for any other reason, but because she was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. They didn't think that Gu Xiangwen would continue working with them if he woke up and discovered that his beloved daughter was missing. Of course, in General Ji's heart, Gu Nianji had another identity. She was the girl Hu Xiaoheng liked, and he wanted to help Hu Xiaoheng find his fiancée. However, General Ji didn't explicitly mention this. After all, only he and his personal secretary, Secretary Chao, knew about Hu Xiaoheng's marriage report. General Ji glanced at the people in the meeting room. Guanchen, you'll be responsible for this. Go to the hospital today to see if Gu Xiangwen has woken up, then think of a way to talk to his sister about this. Huo Guanchen nodded. I'll go after the meeting. This should be done quickly. It looks like it's been dragging on for quite some time. Yeah, so you have to be quick. I'll provide you with everything you need, and you'll be in charge. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll be your strong support. General Ji said solemnly. After everyone left, General Ji revealed everything to Huo Guanchen. Guanchen, there's one more thing you need to know. What is it? Huo Guanchen looked at General Ji in confusion. Is it about Gu Nianji? More or less. General Ji looked around and said in a low voice. Xiaoheng already submitted a marriage report before he left the country. It was approved by the military and also passed Nianji's background check. So, she's already your daughter-in-law. This time, she's in trouble, so you have to help her as much as you can. Huo Guanchen froze. Ha! Xiaoheng wants to marry her. No way. This. How is that possible? General Ji, you're not joking, are you? How can I joke about something like this? General Ji was displeased. No one else knows about this, and Xiaoheng doesn't want anyone else to know either, so you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I don't know what Xiaoheng will think. Huo Xiaoheng pursed his lips. His heart was in turmoil. His own son had already submitted his marriage report, but he was the last to know. Even General Ji knew before him. Moreover, Gu Nianji had grown up with Xiaoheng. What would people think if he really married her? However, he also knew that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. So for Gu Xiangwen's sake, no one would say anything, nor would they allow others to say anything. If Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, he would have opposed it no matter what. Huo Guanchen swallowed his anger and promised General Ji, "Don't worry, General Ji. I'll definitely gather the best people to investigate this matter according to the highest standards." General Ji patted his shoulder. "I'm most at ease leaving this matter to you." From General Ji's perspective, whether it was for official or personal reasons, Huo Guanchen was the most suitable person to investigate Gu Nianji's disappearance when Xiaoheng wasn't in the country. After the meeting, Huo Guanchen returned to his office and immediately called his personal secretary in to assign tasks to them. He didn't say what it was, only that it was an important mission. He asked him to gather the relevant personnel from the military's public relations department for a meeting of the highest standards. After the meeting, he also had to communicate with the Special Operations Forces and get them to authorize it. Only the Special Operations Forces could carry out the best rescue. That was because the Special Operations Forces had a natural advantage overseas. His personal secretary took down his orders and went to prepare. After Huo Guanchen arranged the topics for the meeting, he took his private car to the hospital building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Gu Xiangwen was closely guarded there. Only Chen Lai and Yi Zidan were personally taking care of him. Yi Zidan was a nurse, which showed how much they valued Gu Xiangwen. Even when General Ji was sick, he wouldn't let Yi Zidan, who was second only to Chen Lai, be a nurse. When Huo Guanchen came to visit Gu Xiangwen, Gu Yanran happened to be there. It was the day she came to visit Gu Xiangwen once a week. He walked in with two personal secretaries. Seeing Gu Yanran there, he nodded at her. "Miss Gu." Gu Yanran recognized him as Huo Guanchen, Huo Xiaoheng's father. He was a general in the military and had a higher rank than Huo Xiaoheng. She walked over and extended her hand with a smile. What kind of wind blew General Huo here today? It's our honor to have you here." Huo Guanchen didn't want to shake her hand, but her hand was already in front of him. It wouldn't be good if he didn't shake it, so he shook it. "You're too kind, Miss Gu. I'm here to see how your father is doing and when he'll wake up." Gu Yanran smiled. "You'll have to ask Dr. Chen and Dr. Yi about that." As they chatted, Chen Lai and Yi Zidan walked in. "Hello, Chief." They quickly saluted Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen raised his hand. "Hello, Dr. Chen, Dr. Yi." He walked to Gu Xiangwen's bed and studied it for a while before turning to ask Chen Lai, who was standing behind him. "Dr. Chen, when will Mr. Gu wake up?" Chen Lai spread his hands. "Chief, your question has stumped me. He's been in a vegetative state for too long, and his bodily functions have atrophied too much. I've only just recovered some of his bodily functions. I really don't know when he'll wake up." Huo Guanchen sighed internally, but maintained a calm expression. Yes, I understand. You must do your best to save him, no matter the cost. Gu Yanran was touched and uneasy when she heard this. She whispered, Hua. Chief Hua, Dr. Chen and Dr. Yi are doing their best. It's my father's condition that's too bad. It's not their fault. Huo Guanchen had a good impression of Gu Yanran. She was generous to people and was a wealthy person. She had a large amount of assets at such a young age, and most importantly, she was considerate. Look at her attitude toward the medical staff. We should be ashamed that Miss Gu thinks that way. Huo Guanchen nodded slightly and remembered Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, are you free? I have something to tell you. I happen to be free today, so I came to see my father. Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. Please go ahead. Please come with me. Huo Guanchen wouldn't say it in front of Chen Lai and Yi Zitan. He knew that Chen Lai was Hu Xiaoheng's close friend, so he was worried that Chen Lai would ignore the organization's rules and secretly spread the news to Hu Xiaoheng. Huo Guanchen definitely didn't want Gu Nianji's matter to affect Hu Xiaoheng's mission outside. Gu Yanran saw that Huo Guanchen wasn't willing to say it here, so she rolled her eyes and said, Please. Huo Guanchen led Gu Yanran down the hospital building to the empty field in front of the hospital. Huo Guanchen and Gu Yanran were the only two people standing on the empty field. Huo Guanchen's personal secretary and guards stood at the four corners of the field in the distance. They were very vigilant and looked in all directions to prevent unauthorized people from approaching. In the empty field, Huo Guanchen whispered to Gu Yanran, Miss Gu, we just received news that your sister, Gu Nianji, went missing in Germany. Gu Yanran's mouth fell open, and her eyes were blank. What did you say? Who went missing? She looked at Huo Guanchen in confusion and didn't seem to understand. Your sister, Gu Nianji. Huo Guanchen slowed down and enunciated each word. He looked at Gu Yanran's confused face with sympathy. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with tears. She choked out, Huh? How could she go missing? She's a young girl and she's beautiful. She's unfamiliar with Germany. If she fell into the hands of those perverts, I can't imagine what kind of fate she'll suffer. Huo Guanchen quickly said, Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe she's just delayed somewhere. For example, her wallet and phone were stolen while she was traveling, so she can't contact her own people for now. He continued, Also, General Ji specifically ordered us to treat this matter with the highest standards. If you need resources, give us resources. If you need manpower, give us manpower. All personnel in Europe will be sent to Germany to look for her. Everything will be fine. Gu Yanran wiped her tears and said quietly, Thank you, General Hua and General Ji. You're right. My sister has been mischievous since she was young. If I find her, I'll definitely lecture her to not cause trouble for others in the future. How is this trouble? Huo Guanchen laughed heartily. She's Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Just this alone is enough for us to save her at all costs. Let's not talk about anything else. If we don't work hard, your father won't agree when he wakes up. Gu Yanran sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you and General Ji. The highest standards. Sigh, Nianji is so lucky. Although she's not my father's biological daughter, my father has loved her as much as he loves me since she was young. When my father wakes up, he'll be very grateful to you. This was the third installment of 5,000 words, and there were more to come. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. There were a total of 15,000 words today. Chapter 664. Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. This news was too shocking. Even someone like Huo Guanchen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, his years of military experience hadn't gone to waste. His self-control immediately got the upper hand, and he didn't cry out. However, the strange feeling in his heart still showed on his face. Looking up to see Gu Yanran looking at him curiously, Huo Guanchen quickly clenched his fists to cover up his cough. Miss Gu, you just said that Ninji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. That's impossible, right? He had never heard Huo Xiaoheng mention it, not even a word. How is it impossible? Gu Yanran was shocked, then suddenly realized. You didn't know. I thought Huo Xiao or Dr. Qin had already told you. She then muttered to herself, no way. No one really knows about this. I thought everyone knew. This is really. I was too talkative. As she spoke, she gently slapped herself, her face full of apology and guilt. However, Huo Guanchen immediately believed her when he heard that even Huo Xiaoheng knew. He also immediately understood why Huo Xiaoheng had hidden it from everyone. If he hadn't hidden it, his marriage application wouldn't have been approved so easily. Huo Guanchen had always been against it, so he didn't know that Huo Xiaoheng had already quietly approved it. If General Ji hadn't leaked the information today, he really wouldn't have known that Huo Xiaoheng had not only approved the marriage application, but also Gu Nianji's background check. The latter was the most difficult hurdle to overcome. This scheming bastard. Although Huo Guanchen was furious, he still felt a bit proud. This was because the person who had the entire Supreme Military Council running around in circles was his son, his biological son. Therefore, since he knew about this, he had to help him. Yeah, so is Ninji your father's daughter? I mean, legally speaking. Huo Guanchen quickly calmed down and asked with a warm smile, as if he was unaffected by the news. Yes, of course she is my father's daughter. Legally speaking, of course. Gu Yanran said firmly. She couldn't hide this, nor did she have any intention of being too extreme. Oh, that's good. Huo Guanchen chuckled. Although she's not his biological daughter, Mr. Gu loves her like his own. That's enough. It's worth it for us to use the highest standards to rescue her. Goodbye. Huo Guanchen left as soon as he finished speaking. His back was still straight, and Gu Yanran stared in his direction for a long time before turning to leave. Gu Yanran returned home sullenly and saw Yi Xian fiddling with his electronic devices again. She suddenly had the urge to talk to him. She sat over and hugged Yi Xian's arm. She rested her head on his shoulder and said gloomily, Xian, I'm very sad. What happened? Yi Xian didn't even raise his head. His fingers were flying as he quickly typed out various commands on his laptop. No one knew what he was doing. Perhaps he was hacking into someone else's computer, or perhaps he was just purely enjoying the fun of roaming the internet. I don't know if I did something wrong today. Gu Yanran looked down. Why do you think Ninji's luck is so good? What's wrong with her? Yi Xian glanced at her. She's lucky now. Did you know? General Hua and General Ji found out about Ninji's disappearance. Gu Yanran left Yi Xian's shoulder and leaned on the computer desk with one hand. They're going to use the highest standards to rescue her, even if they know she's not my father's biological daughter. Haha, whatever. Yi Xian laughed and spat out 2 words. You think they can rescue her just because they use the highest standards? But why did you tell them that Ninji isn't Uncle Gu's biological daughter? Do they need you to tell them that? Don't they know? I was careless. Gu Yanran was very upset. I really was careless. Also, General Hua said that even if she wasn't, they would still do everything they could to rescue her. He also said that Ninji isn't my father's biological daughter, but my father loves her like his own. That explains everything. Yi Xian stopped typing on the keyboard of his laptop. He silently looked ahead and said, "Actually, General Hua is right. Do you remember how you used to complain to me that Uncle Gu loved Nianji more and not you?" Yi Xian turned to hug Gu Yanran as he spoke. "Do you remember how I comforted you?" Gu Yanran's face flushed. Of course she remembered. Yi Xian had told her, "You have me." It was also that night that she gave herself to him after he said that, "Xian, luckily I still have you." Gu Yanran took the initiative to hug him. Huo Guanchen returned to his office and thought about the entire incident from beginning to end. Finally, he picked up the phone and called General Ji. "General Ji, there's something that I don't know if you know." Huo Guanchen sighed. "Nianji isn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter." "Oh. She isn't." General Ji's heart also sank. "Who told you that? You can't say something like that. What era are we in now? How can you say she isn't? Have you tested for DNA?" Huo Guanchen smiled bitterly. "Yes, it's precisely because of the era that we're in. With DNA verification, it's definitely impossible to slander someone casually, so they won't lie." "Oh. But when they went to Barbados to bring Gu Xiangwen back, they also said that they had detailed evidence to prove that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter." General Ji stood up. What exactly is going on? Huo Guanchen was also confused by General Ji's words. However, he carefully thought about the tricks his son had played and understood. He chuckled. Maybe we all misunderstood. At that time, they said that Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's daughter, but they didn't say that she was his biological daughter. I asked Gu Yanran, and she personally confirmed that Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter. An adopted daughter who had gone through legal adoption procedures, so of course she was Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Of course, he couldn't say that Hu Xiaoheng and the others had made a mistake or lied to someone. At most, it would just be a miscommunication that caused everyone to misunderstand. However, General Ji's brows furrowed. This was such an important matter, but Hu Xiaoheng hadn't mentioned it to him at all. What kind of tricks is this kid playing? However, this matter still needed to be verified to make sure that Gu Yanran was right before making a decision. Furthermore, General Ji's thoughts went even deeper. He believed that Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't hide it from him forever. When he got what he wanted, he would definitely tell him the truth. However, the truth was that no one wanted to be kept in the dark by someone they had raised with their own hands. Also, if he had known that Gu Nianji was only an adopted daughter, he wouldn't have been so eager to help Hu Xiaoheng pass her background check. Now that everything was done, he finally realized that he had been played. It was hard to describe how he felt. He really admired Hu Xiaoheng, but this matter still made General Ji very angry. He thought to himself, this kid actually dared to lie to me, his direct superior, for a girl. He didn't even tell me half of the truth and kept the other half to himself. This kind of bad practice shouldn't be encouraged. Just like a very dedicated gardener, what would you do when you see your carefully cultivated tree grow crooked? Of course, you would pick up a pair of scissors and cut off all the crooked branches. It took 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to nurture a person. It was so difficult to find a qualified and suitable successor. General Ji sighed as he made up his mind. Since Hu Xiaoheng cared so much about Gu Nianji, to the extent that he was willing to pay lip service to his direct superior, who had directly promoted him, then he really had to pay attention to Gu Nianji's influence on Hu Xiaoheng. Since ancient times, heroes had always had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, but General Ji couldn't let him fail. Even if he had to cut off the beauty, he couldn't let him fail. This time, he would take it as a lesson to Hu Xiaoheng and pour cold water on Gu Nianji. He had to make her realize that to Hu Xiaoheng, the most important thing was always the interests of the country, the military, and the people. It wasn't love. It wasn't her. As for Hu Xiaoheng, he had to remember this time. Let's see if he still dared to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial, and hide and lie to him. However, General G also knew that this matter couldn't be blown out of proportion. If it did, it wouldn't just be his own dissatisfaction, but the anger of the entire Supreme Council. These people would not hesitate to remove Hu Shaoheng from his position and replace him with their own people. Hu Shaoheng was very capable, but without the opportunities General G had given him, he wouldn't have been able to achieve these results no matter how capable he was, because he wouldn't have had the opportunity to go on missions and achieve results. In the short time that Hu Guanchen spoke, General G had already gone over the entire matter a few times in his mind and determined the attitude he needed to display. When Hu Guanchen finished speaking, General G smiled calmly and said, "I see. To love Nianji more than his own daughter, that's not normal. When it comes to Nianji, the person who raised her dotes on her more than the person who gave birth to her. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I have a call. I'll take it first. Guanchen, hold on, I'll call you back." Seeing that General G didn't seem to mind, Wu Guanchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was also worried that General G would hold a grudge against Hu Shaoheng because of this matter. After all, this matter could be big or small in nature. But now that General G obviously wanted to keep the peace, Wu Guanchen couldn't be happier. However, he and General G had the same thought. They were both secretly shocked that Gu Nianji had such a great influence on Hu Shaoheng. They couldn't tell normally. They originally thought that Hu Shaoheng was willing to marry Gu Nianji purely for the benefit of the country and the military. Now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. It wasn't wrong for a son to have his own thoughts now that he was older, but it wasn't the behavior of a man to place all his thoughts on relationships. Hu Guanchen put down the phone and looked at the rescue plan he had come up with. After some thought, he crossed out highest standard and wrote medium standard. If he wasn't worried about Hu Shaoheng and worried that Hu Shaoheng would destroy him if something happened to Gu Nianji, Wu Guanchen wouldn't even want to use medium standard. He wanted nothing more than to call the Hua Xia Imperial Consulate in Munich and ask them not to give special treatment. Gu Nianji was just a normal citizen of the empire, so they could just follow the rescue procedures for normal citizens overseas and ask the local police to investigate. They couldn't interfere with other countries' internal affairs. Of course, he was only thinking about it. If he really did that, his son would definitely fall out with him when he returned. And their fragile father-son relationship couldn't withstand any more twists and turns. After putting down Hu Guanchen's internal call, General G looked at the files of the 3 members of the Gu family and called his personal secretary, Secretary Chao. The 3 members of the Gu family don't have a DNA record on their IDs. Go get it from Qinlai. Secretary Chao knew that the important people the military paid attention to all needed a DNA record. Otherwise, who could change their appearance and fake it? How could they verify the authenticity? Yes, Chief. I'll call him right away and ask if Dr. Qin has it. Secretary Chao nodded and took note of General G's task. After Secretary Chao left, he picked up the black phone on his desk and called the Special Operations Forces. No one had called him just now, so General G had only found an excuse to hang up on Hu Guanchen so he could get someone to investigate the truth. Secretary Chao picked up the phone and said politely, "Operator, I'm Secretary Chao from the First Office of the Military Office. Please connect me to Dr. Qinlai. I have something to verify with him." The operator was so scared she didn't even dare to breathe. She immediately said, "Yes, Chief." She quickly transferred the call to Qinlai's office, but it was Yi Zidan who picked up. The operator quickly asked, "Dr. Yi, is Dr. Qin there?" Yi Zidan smiled. "Dr. Qin is doing an experiment and can't leave right now." "What's the matter?" The operator let out an "ah" in disappointment. "But the bureau chief is waiting to speak to Dr. Qin." "Chief? Which chief?" Yi Zidan said anxiously. "We can't keep the chief waiting. It's Secretary Chow from the first office of the military office, the operator said nervously. She didn't want to keep them waiting. Oh. Then take the call. I'll talk to Secretary Chow, Yi Zidan said quickly and sat down on Chenlai's seat. Okay, please wait. The operator's job was to take the call. Of course, it was up to Secretary Chow whether or not to speak to Yi Zidan. She took the call back and asked Secretary Chow, Chief, Dr. Chin is doing an experiment and can't leave right now. Dr. Yi Zidan asked if you have any questions, you can ask her. The chief's secretary was also the chief to them. Secretary Chow thought about it. Yi Zidan was like Chenlai's assistant and was also one of the medical staff who took care of Gu Xiangwen. He nodded and said, Okay, Dr. Yi it will be. The operator quickly connected the calls to Secretary Chow and Chenlai's office. Of course, Yi Zidan was on the other end. This was the first update of 4,000 words. There was a second update to follow. Today, it was still the third update asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thanks to Chidian's, Du Rua Hanxiang lost her account, Molly0707, Heaven's Beggar, and The Goddess is Here, for the 10,000 Chidian coins each. Chapter 665. Hello. Yi Zidan immediately stood up to greet him as soon as the call went through. Dr. Yi. Secretary Chow could sense the nervousness in Yi Zidan's voice and laughed heartily. I wanted to ask Dr. Chen something. Do you know? Please ask. I'll tell you everything I know as long as I know. Yi Zidan looked around the office to make sure there was no one else around. She twirled the phone cord around her finger and tried to calm herself down. Okay, it's like this. There are no DNA records for the 3 Gus in their files. I wanted to ask if Dr. Chin has them. If you do, please send a copy to the number 1 military office. Yi Zidan quickly said, there are records. Are they not in the Gus files? Didn't Dr. Chin send them already? Oh, but not directly to General Ji. It's for Hua Xiao. Secretary Chow's heart skipped a beat. He understood what Yi Zidan meant. Even if something was wrong, it was Hua Xiaoheng's fault and not Chenlai's. But what was Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with General Ji? It wasn't something this little doctor could sway. Secretary Chow laughed and said, Oh, then we might have missed it. It's fine. As long as you still have records, send us another copy. After thinking about it, Secretary Chow said, when Chenlai finishes his experiment, have him personally send it to the number 1 military office. Just look for me directly. Thank you, Dr. Yi. He hung up. Yi Zidan put down the phone and sighed slightly. She lowered her head and felt sorry for Gu Nianji. But this couldn't compare to her pursuit of the pinnacle of medicine. She wanted to become a national miracle doctor, even better than Chenlai. But her talent was limited, her family background was average, and she didn't have Gu Nianji's good fortune. She had to rely on herself. If she didn't have luck, she would create it for herself. Yi Zidan turned on her computer and was fascinated by the breakthrough in virus research that Chenlai had sent her. Chenlai finished his experiment and came out. Yi Zidan quickly turned off the computer and said to him, Dr. Chen, Secretary Chow from the number 1 military office, General Ji, just called you. He asked you to send them a copy of the DNA records for the 3 Gus. Chenlai's heart sank. He immediately knew that he could no longer hide Gu Nianji's past. He and Hua Xiaoheng had been intentionally or unintentionally hiding the fact that Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. They wanted to wait until they could give Gu Nianji more protection in the future. It would be best if they could wait until Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji got married. But now, it seemed like he couldn't hide it anymore. Who would be so shameless as to reveal this matter? Chenlai didn't say anything. With a stern expression, he took out the DNA test report of the 3 Gu family members and placed it in a red, top-secret, document bag. He called a few soldiers from the Special Operations Forces to accompany him to General G's military office number 1. General G's expression didn't change at all. He just sat alone in his office for half an hour without reading a single word of the documents in front of him. He didn't believe that Chenlai hadn't done a DNA test on Gu Xiangwen and Gu Nianji. He also didn't believe that Hu Xiaoheng didn't know anything about this. Come to think of it, when he thought back to when Hu Xiaoheng had gone to Barbados to pick up Gu Xiangwen, it seemed like they already knew that Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. That was why the evidence they had was Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter's DNA and dental records, not Gu Xiangwen's own. So how did they know that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's adopted daughter? And where did they get the information to prove that she was his adopted daughter? These legal documents seem to be from a long time ago, right? How did Hu Xiaoheng and his men know? There were so many questions swirling in General G's mind. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Not long after, Secretary Chow came in to report, "Chief, Dr. Chenlai is here with the DNA test report of the 3 Gu family members." General G quickly raised his hand. "Let him in." Chenlai walked in anxiously with the document bag stamped, "Top Secret." He stood in front of General G's desk and pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose. Sweat was beading on his chubby face like a layer of oil. General G didn't say anything. He sat behind the desk and looked up at Chenlai through his reading glasses. The heavy pressure almost made Chenlai's heart jump out of his chest, but he still stiffened his neck and persevered. He didn't bend under General G's gaze. After a long time, General G pointed to the chair in front of the desk. "Sit." Chenlai secretly sighed in relief. He placed the document bag stamped "Top Secret" on General G's desk and said, "Chief, these are the documents you wanted." He then said, "I was wrong in this matter. I will apologize to you. I should have reported this to Hu Xiao earlier, but I was busy with work and forgot. When I remembered, Hu Xiao had already left for his mission. I originally planned to hand it to him when he returned, but I didn't expect you to remember already. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Please punish me." General G looked at Chenlai and said with a dark expression, "It's only your fault. You forgot to mention that Xiaoheng is such a meticulous person. How could he forget to ask? Are you blocking a knife for him, or are you handing a knife to his opponent?" She actually wanted to cover for Hu Xiaoheng. Not betraying Hu Xiaoheng was commendable, but trying to play tricks in front of the leader was not a wise move. General G's expression was still dark as he took the document bag stamped "Top Secret" from the desk. He opened it and took out the 3 DNA test reports. The 3 reports were very well done. The data was detailed, and the comparisons were clear. The medical terminology and professional explanations were on par with each other. Even people who didn't know anything about the field could see it clearly. Gu Nianji was indeed not Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Gu Yanran was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. General G couldn't help but recall when Gu Yanran first came into contact with them, she had clearly expressed that she wanted Hu Xiaoheng's protection. At that time, if they had known that Gu Yanran was the biological daughter of the owner of the blueprints they were looking for, they wouldn't have rejected her like that. It could only be said that she had bad luck. Gu Nianji had good luck. She was a lucky general. General G didn't say anything after reading it. He put the 3 reports back into the document bag and resealed it. Then he stamped his own red stamp on the seal and dialed the internal line for Secretary Chow to come in. He handed the document bag to him. "Take it and file it. Top secret." Secretary Chow took it with both hands and smiled as he took it out. General G finally asked Chenlai, "Where did you get the evidence when you went to Barbados to look for Gu Xiangwen?" Chenlai choked and mumbled, "You'll have to ask Hu Xiao about that." I really don't know. I went when Hu Xiao told me to go. I investigated whatever he told me to investigate. The only thing I forgot was to remind him to file these 3 reports. Ha, fine. You can go back first. Let Secretary Chow come in. General Ji took off his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes. I still have something to do. I'll call you for a meeting when Xiaoheng comes back. This kind of disorganized and undisciplined behavior had to be stopped. Chen Lai walked out with his head down and met Secretary Chow at the door. Secretary Chow smiled and greeted him before entering General Ji's office. Chief, Dr. Chen was very upset just now. Secretary Chow sat down with a smile. Did you scold him? Actually, it wasn't Dr. Chen's fault. I heard from Dr. Yi that Dr. Chen gave the records to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao was probably too busy and in a hurry to go on a mission, so he didn't hand it in time. Humph. Young people don't learn from their mistakes. We have to teach them a lesson. General Ji snickered and took out a document. Do you think I don't know what his relationship with Xiaoheng is? Go, take these down. Keep an eye on the Special Operations Forces and don't let them show any signs of forming another faction. Now that Xiaoheng isn't here, we have to be wary of people causing trouble. Someone dared to insult Hu Xiaoheng in front of him. When the tiger wasn't home, the monkeys were going to cause trouble. Secretary Chow quickly stood up. Chief is right. The Special Operations Forces can't fall into chaos without Hu Xiao here. He picked up the document General Ji had given him and went to assign work. General Ji finally picked up the phone from earlier and called Hu Guanchen. Guanchen, this isn't a big deal, but it's not a small deal either. Let's do this for now. We have to find Nianji at all costs. We have to find her as soon as possible. If necessary, we can use all our resources in Germany to rescue her. Hu Guanchen froze. He had just lowered the requirements, but General Ji still insisted on the highest. He thought that their only target was Gu Xiangwen from the beginning. Gu Nianji used to be the closest shortcut to Gu Xiangwen. Now that Gu Xiangwen had been brought back, and his biological daughter, Gu Yanran, had also come to the Hua Xia Empire, Gu Nianji wasn't that important anymore. To be honest, if it weren't for Hu Xiaoheng, Hu Guanchen wouldn't have wanted to send people from the Hua Xia Empire to Germany to search. He would have only asked the consulate to urge the local police to search. However, he didn't expect General Ji to still insist on using the highest standards to find Gu Nianji. Of course, Hu Guanchen couldn't argue with General Ji. He could only obey his superior's orders. General Ji said sternly, "This must be kept a secret. I'll kill whoever dares to let Xiaoheng know." Hu Guanchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was still unhappy, it was much better than before. As long as it didn't affect his son, to be honest, who cared if Gu Nianji lived or died? She wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Putting himself in their shoes, Hu Guanchen felt that Gu Yanran was simply being polite when she said she was closer to her adopted daughter than her biological daughter. Anyone who took it seriously would be an idiot. Hu Guanchen put down the phone and changed the plan of action he had come up with for his subordinates to execute. They still had to rely on the Special Operations Forces to actually execute this plan. Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangzhou weren't there. The Special Operations Forces was in charge of a deputy commander. He received Hu Guanchen's order and learned that Gu Nianji was missing and needed their help. He froze for a moment before immediately ordering his subordinates to investigate. "We used to have Gu Nianji's GPS device here. Go check and see if it's still working." In the past, Gu Nianji received the highest level of security. Not only did she have the Special Operations Forces protecting her in secret, but Hu Xiaoheng also equipped her with a top-notch GPS device. As long as the device didn't leave Gu Nianji, it would be a matter of minutes to find her. The person in charge of Gunyenji's security in the Special Operations Forces immediately went to check the memo to find the frequency and code of the device. He then entered it into the Special Operations Forces central control computer. Through this computer, they could communicate with the Xia Empire's self-developed Nandus satellite positioning system. The Nandus satellite positioning system was twice as accurate as Europe's Copernicus and America's GPS. For the next day and night, the colleagues in the Special Operations Forces Central Control Team were busy using the Nandus satellite positioning system special channel to change the orbit of the satellite above Europe. They targeted the area around Munich, Germany, because that was the last place they knew Gunyenji had appeared. Then, with that location as a base, they expanded their search in all directions to find her whereabouts. After the orbit change was successful, they still had to perform a lot of calculations to analyze and simulate the data that was sent back. Finally, on the second night, which was in the afternoon in Germany, a small red dot finally appeared on their search map. It was very weak at first, but as soon as it appeared, the operators quickly increased the power of the satellite signal to that area, so the red dot became brighter and brighter. Leader, look at this location. Why isn't it in Munich, but near Berlin? The researcher in charge of data analysis was confused. He looked left and right, but wasn't this location a bit too far from Munich? The information they received was that Gunyenji had disappeared near Munich. Could Gunyenji have gone to Berlin? Also, was her device still on her? The leader of the Central Data Control Team looked at the data coordinates obtained by the researcher and said in a low voice, "Give this location to our field personnel in Germany. Let them go take a look. We'll send 2 people to receive them." As usual, people going on missions had to go to the Special Operations Forces infirmary for a physical examination. Everyone knew they were going on missions and knew these things weren't to be asked, so no one asked anything they weren't supposed to. Yiziden came over with a list of vaccines and asked, according to the rules, you need to check if these vaccines have been administered before going on missions. Take a look. If you have, put a tick on the side. If you haven't. She paused. Every place has different vaccine requirements. I don't know where you're going, so you'll have to rely on yourselves. This was the second installment of 4,000 words, and there were more to come. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your monthly votes yesterday. It's still the 3rd installment today. If you can still cast more monthly votes, I'll continue with the 3rd installment tomorrow. Also, it's the last 2 days, so please cast your monthly votes. Monthly votes are directly related to my updates. I'm leaving. She walked quickly out of Chenlai's office, still wiping away her tears. Chenlai was extremely anxious, but after a few steps, he saw that Yiziden was walking even faster. He was too embarrassed to continue chasing, so he could only sigh and come back, locking himself in his office. Moreover, he and Hu Xiaoheng had more important things to hide from the higher-ups. This was what he was most worried about. Thinking about this, Chenlai's mood worsened. He picked up the phone and called Yiziden. Yiziden answered after a while. Dr. Chen, it was my fault. You're right to scold me. Her voice was still sobbing and hoarse. Chenlai felt even more apologetic. He lowered his voice and said, Doctor Yi, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Please don't be angry, I'm not angry. Yiziden sighed. Dr. Chen, I'm going to look at the documents. Is there anything else? Although Chenlai had a crush on Yiziden for a long time, he still didn't know how to get along with her in order to move her heart. Chenlai put down the phone dejectedly and closed his eyes. He pushed his own matters to the back of his mind and began to ponder about Gunyenji's past. This was related to Gunyenji, so he had to let her know in advance. At least he had to know how much Hua Xiaoheng had sacrificed for her. How could he not let her know how much his good brother had done for Gu Nianji? However, Chenlai dialed Gu Nianji's number for a long time and only got the message, "The number you are trying to call is not in the service area." Chenlai stared at his phone with a burning gaze. He wanted nothing more than to see through it. But no matter what, he couldn't get through to Gu Nianji. That was strange. Hua Xiaoheng was on a mission. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were also on a mission. Who should he call? It seemed like Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji didn't have a good relationship. Should he ask Gu Yanran? He might as well wait a little longer. He put away his phone and stopped dialing Gu Nianji's number. He returned to his medical research. Gu Nianji had been living with Reinitz in a small villa near the German capital, Berlin, for over 10 days. September was almost over, and October was coming. In the golden autumn, the red maple trees on the outskirts of Berlin began to turn red. Little daisies of all colors bloomed in the flower beds. There were sky blue, purple, pink, snow white, and even emerald green. The small flower beds were decorated with bees and butterflies. It was extremely moving. The weather was neither hot nor cold. It was practically the best season of the year. However, Gu Nianji was visibly thinning out. She ate a lot every day and didn't exercise much. Logically speaking, she should be gaining weight, but in reality, she was very thin. Reinitz saw the 2 dark circles under Gu Nianji's big black eyes every morning and knew that she hadn't slept well at night. She was here, but her heart wasn't, so her mental state was very poor. She was like a walking corpse, and her body was even showing signs of anorexia. Reinitz was very worried about her health and would find a doctor to check on her every week. As long as they didn't mention drawing blood, Gu Nianji would obediently cooperate with the doctor. And with Reinitz watching, no doctor dared to mention drawing blood for her. Reinitz, Sirius's physical indicators are very normal. I don't see any signs of anorexia. The doctor asked in confusion. Although the symptoms you described are somewhat similar, the most important thing is, does she vomit after eating? The most typical characteristic of anorexic patients was that they vomited immediately after eating. It was almost a physiological reaction, so they didn't actually eat much, so their bodies didn't get the nutrients they needed. Naturally, they were frighteningly thin. Reinitz was speechless. He thought about it carefully and realized that he really hadn't seen Gu Nianji vomit. She ate a lot at every meal and ate very slowly. In a day, eating was the only way to prove that she was still alive. But her body didn't show signs of vomiting, which meant that the signs of anorexia weren't obvious. Or perhaps there was another reason for her thinness. As for what the reason was, Reinitz was very clear. That evening, ALS came to visit again. Reinitz took him for a walk in the neighborhood. The 2 of them walked slowly on the yellow maple path as they talked about Gu Nianji. ALS wore a Bluetooth headset and kept in contact with his subordinates as he walked. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and leaned in to ask. What does she want to do? Miss Gu is trying to leave the house from the fence in the backyard. The voice of the subordinate who was watching Gu Nianji came from his headset. ALS was speechless. Reinitz turned to look at him. What's wrong? ALS looked at him with a smile. Your sweetheart is trying to escape. Reinitz didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he said quietly. You have so many people watching. How can she escape? ALS laughed and shook his head proudly. He whistled and was in an extremely good mood. Gu Nianji's little tricks were only funny to him. He didn't care about them at all. Reinitz looked at ALS calmly and said dryly, actually, she will die if you lock her up like this. Can't you see that? Even if you don't kill her, her life is gradually withering away. Is this the kind of person you want? ALS was stunned. What do you mean? I'm telling you. Reinitz interrupted him and turned to look in the direction of his little villa. Don't you think? She's getting thinner and weaker. When he first saw her, she was also very thin, but she could still tell him that she had a D-cup in high spirits, and now? She sat there every day like the most beautiful statue and didn't even move her eyes. So what? Didn't the doctor say she doesn't have anorexia? ALS didn't understand. Is there something wrong with your brain? Don't tell me what you want to do. Reinitz smiled, but his smile didn't feel happy at all. It was like a faint scratch on a porcelain statue that had cracked open, revealing the dark bottom layer inside. The two of them spoke very quietly. On the maple path in the evening, ALS had a confused expression on his face. Reinitz's face was cold and emotionless, revealing a kind of indifferent handsomeness like a religion. After a while, the two of them continued walking. Reinitz looked at him and said, "All right, what can I do?" "You're thinking too much. The golden chrysanthemums over there are in bloom. Don't you like them the most? Do you want to go take a look?" The wild golden chrysanthemums were as gorgeous as little suns and looked even more dazzling under the setting sun. There were large patches of wild golden chrysanthemums growing on the small hill near his house. ALS really liked the view. "Really? Then we must go take a look. I went a few days ago and they still haven't bloomed." ALS chuckled as he followed Reinitz to the valley he liked. Walking into the valley full of golden chrysanthemums and looking at the large patches of golden chrysanthemums on the hill, ALS smiled like a child. There was no sign of the sly and cunning man he used to be. Gu Nianji had long discovered a pattern. In the past 2 weeks, ALS had come to see Reinitz more and more often. Every time he came, the two of them had to go out for a walk for anywhere from half an hour to an hour. When they left, there would be a lot less people around Reinitz's house. That was because they had all left with ALS. Al's position was very high, so he had a lot of bodyguards with him. Gu Nianji felt that this was an opportunity she could use. That evening, ALS came again and looked very depressed. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Reinitz offered to drink with him. The two of them went to the dining room. Reinitz prepared some sausages and pork knuckles. First, he pulled ALS to drink beer, then red wine, and finally vodka. Both of them were a bit drunk, and their eyes were sparkling. When ALS was drunk, he would constantly talk. Gu Nianji didn't know what he was saying, but his mouth never stopped. When Reinitz was drunk, he would smile at people. His smile was very gentle, especially when he looked at Gu Nianji. His gaze moved slightly, and it was as gentle as a feather gently caressing her heart. It didn't use any force, but his presence couldn't be ignored. It was like he was using his gaze to caress her. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji was distracted and didn't notice Reinitz's gaze. She kept wondering if Reinitz was really drunk or just pretending to be drunk. After living with him for so many days, they both understood each other. Also, she wasn't an idiot. Reinitz was a very capable person. Gu Nianji didn't dare to underestimate Reinitz even if she looked down on ALS. Also, she could tell that even though ALS said that if she ran away, Reinitz would be implicated, she didn't believe it at all. Based on the friendship between ALS and Reinitz, even if Reinitz really committed a heinous crime, ALS would only help him cover it up. He definitely wasn't a person who would put family before righteousness. Of course, this was only Gu Nianji's speculation. As for the truth, it still needed time and facts to prove it. She had planned this for a long time. She wanted to use her own escape to prove whether or not ALS would implicate Reinitz. If he wouldn't, then she could leave with peace of mind. If ALS was really that deranged, then she couldn't just watch as Reinitz was implicated and his future ruined because of her. Gu Nianji had read a lot about how terrifying the Gestapo had been in the past. Hu Xiaoheng had given her a lot of information about it. Today seemed to be a good opportunity. Gu Nianji sat next to Reinitz and continuously poured him wine. Reinitz's dark blue eyes were as clear as the lake. He looked at her as if there was no tomorrow for him. Gu Nianji finally felt that her left ear was burning from his gaze. She instinctively raised her arm and tilted her head to rub her earlobe. The diamond stud on her earlobe reflected the double-petaled lotus chandelier in the dining room and emitted a bright red glow. There seemed to be a very faint red light flashing inside. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't see it, but Reinitz did. His dark blue eyes slowly narrowed, although he was still looking at her gently. He slowly reached out and pinched her earlobe. Gu Nianji quickly dodged to the side and covered her ear. "Why are you pinching my ear?" Gu Nianji's earlobe was very sensitive, and Reinitz's hand was very strong. Although it seemed like he only rubbed it a little, Gu Nianji's earlobe was already red from his fingers. Reinitz put his hand down and couldn't get rid of the smooth and soft texture between his fingers. He felt suffocated and desperately wiped his hand on his pants over and over again. He was really drunk. Only when he was really drunk would he dare to do something he had always wanted to do, which was to pinch her earlobe. This is the third installment of 4,000 words. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you all for your monthly votes yesterday. Today is still the third installment. If all of you can still vote, we will continue with the third installment tomorrow. Also, it's the last 2 days. Everyone who can vote has already voted. Monthly votes are directly related to my updates. Chapter 667. However, even though Reinitz was drunk, his drunkenness was different from other people's. He wasn't so muddled that he couldn't recognize people. He just couldn't control his actions. 09 Small Say Net, for example, using his fingers to do what he always wanted to do, which was to pinch Gu Nianji's earlobe. Then, when he felt like it wasn't right, he desperately wiped his hands on his pants. Gu Nianji coldly looked at Reinitz and Al's expressions to make sure they were really drunk. She then poured them another glass of wine and said, "You guys drink slowly. I'm going back to my room to sleep." It was actually only 8:00, and Gu Nianji never slept so early. However, Reinitz didn't say anything and watched her leave. He raised his glass and downed the entire glass in one gulp. After he finished drinking, he realized what Gu Nianji had poured him. It was a glass of beer, red wine, and vodka mixed together. The ratio was very precise, so not only was the alcohol high, but it was also very intoxicating. After he finished drinking, he slumped over the dining table. His head was dizzy, and he couldn't lift it. In the moment he lost consciousness, he thought that he had underestimated Gu Nianji. Meanwhile, ALS had already lost control of his own body. He was dancing around in the dining room and singing his favorite opera, The Magic Flute. Gu Nianji returned to her room. Her heart was beating like a drum, but she still looked calm on the surface. She deftly packed the things she brought with her and quietly sat on the bay windowsill. She watched the quiet night outside to calm her emotions. After a while, she pretended to be thirsty and tiptoed downstairs to find water. As expected, she saw Reinitz drunk and unconscious in the dining room. ALS was hugging a bottle of wine as he sat on the dining room floor and continued singing the opera. Gu Nianji smiled and came out to wave at Al's 2 guards at the door. As soon as they saw her come out, the 2 guards greeted her and asked, "May I ask where Miss Gu is going?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "Your superior is drunk. The house smells like alcohol." She then pointed to the door. "Aren't you going in to take a look? Your superior is so drunk he's already singing the opera." Pfft. The 2 young guards were amused by Gu Nianji's words. They came in to take a look and said together, "Then we'll take Mr. ALS and leave." Good night, Miss Gu. 09 Small Say Net. Gu Nianji nodded and said with a smile, Good night, take care. She waited until the two guards carried ALS to the car and left before she turned around and went back into the house. Reinitz was still drunk in the dining room. He was sound asleep, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, one hand clenched into a fist and pressed it under his chin. His entire body was tense as if he was having a nightmare. Gu Nianji's emotions were very complicated. She looked at Reinitz for a while, then tiptoed upstairs to her room. She carried her Hermes Vera bag and wrapped the nun's habit into a bundle. She used plastic wrap to wrap some bread and muffin to eat on the road. She looked back at the room she had stayed in for more than 10 days, then carried a thin woolen blanket on the bed downstairs. When they arrived at the dining room, Gu Nianji gently covered Reinitz with a thin blanket. It was already late September, and the nights in Berlin were chilly. Gu Nianji didn't want Reinitz to sleep like this all night. He might get sick. Straightening up, she looked back at the room one more time before turning to leave quickly. Coming out of the main door, she gently closed it and walked briskly towards the maple path outside the door. She slowly walked alone on the maple path at night. She thought to herself that if she wasn't under house arrest, she would actually quite like it here. Unfortunately, she couldn't stand days like this. Sometimes she also thought about how when she first started following Huashao, it was actually similar to being with Reinitz. There was also no freedom of movement. But the difference was that she was willing to follow Huashao and be his accessory. She only felt safe when she was with him. She wouldn't even want to leave if he kicked her out, let alone sneak away. It wasn't like now, when she tried every possible way to escape because she was unwilling to be under house arrest. Why did this change happen? Was it because she had already grown up? As Gu Nianji thought about it, she keenly sensed that someone was still following her. 09 Small Say Net. This was also expected. She didn't think that she would be able to successfully escape by relying on a few bottles of wine to knock out those two people. Also, there were so many guards and stalkers. How could she hide by herself? So she actually had another brilliant plan. She just had to turn another corner to reach an intersection. This intersection was a fork in the road. Usually, there was no traffic at all because Reinitz's small villa was in a very remote location. It would take more than an hour to reach the nearest bar. However, there was a place at this fork in the road that was a blind spot for the people following her. As long as she hid in it, the people behind her wouldn't be able to see how she disappeared. They would only think that she had walked to the corner ahead and immediately chase after her. She had discovered this place once when she followed Reinitz out for a walk. At the time, she didn't say anything and only silently memorized this place. This time, it was exactly as she had imagined. Not long after she hid in it, two handsome white men in civilian clothes had already hurriedly run past the intersection in front of her. The two stood at the fork in the road and quickly made a phone call. Then, one went left and the other right to chase after her. Gu Nianji waited for them to leave before coming out of that place and sprinting in the direction of the bar. She hadn't run for many days, and her body hadn't been able to absorb all the food she had eaten recently. After running for a while, she began to pant with stomach pain. She held her stomach and sat under the tree for a long time before it subsided. She looked up and saw the moonlight and stars through the gaps in the leaves. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. She was finally out. Finally free. As long as she could run to the bar, she could find a place to surf the internet or borrow a phone or cell phone. As long as she could contact the outside world, she had nothing to fear. She rested for a while and stood up when she felt that her legs were strong enough to continue running to the bar. The bar was considered a relatively large public place in this area. As long as she got there, everything should be better. Gu Nianji only discovered that her body was much weaker than before after escaping this time. She had originally thought that she had a special constitution, but now it seemed that other than her healing speed being slightly faster than normal people, she wasn't invulnerable. She would get sick and weak. If she was in a bad mood, she would be more easily frustrated than normal people. Thinking of this, Gu Nianji felt much better. Sure enough, there were gains and losses. She wasn't a monster. She looked around to make sure no one was following her before slowly walking to the bar. Normally, it would only take an hour to walk, but because she was weak, it took her nearly 2 hours to reach the bar. What scared her even more was that as soon as she reached the bar's entrance, she heard the piercing sound of sirens coming from the road behind her. A black vehicle and motorcycle carrying soldiers and police in black uniforms headed to the other side of the small road. That was the direction that Gu Nianji had come from, which was also the direction of Reinitz's small villa. Gu Nianji shivered when she saw the sinister logo on the vehicles. That was the logo of the Federal Intelligence Agency. It was a modified version of the Gestapo emblem. It was ALS. ALS must have chased after her. Gu Nianji didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. When ALS was dragged away by the 2 guards, he was already drunk and unconscious. But thinking about it again, she was also delayed for 2 hours because of her weakness, so there was really no other way. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and pushed the door open to walk into the bar. It was already past 10 at night, and the bar was already closed. She didn't see any bartenders or customers outside. There was no one in the empty hall. Gu Nianji thought about it and walked to the back hallway. There was a small door at the back with 2 words written in German. Gu Nianji vaguely recognized the words "employees only." This meant that this was a place for employees only, and customers should not enter. But Gu Nianji couldn't care less. She pushed the door open and walked in. There was a beautiful blonde woman sitting on the sofa in the room. She turned around and glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji felt dizzy and instinctively looked away. She said awkwardly, "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone?" The woman raised her eyebrows and immediately smiled. She stood up and said, "Sure." Just as she was about to take out her phone to give it to Gu Nianji, she suddenly heard a roar from outside, followed by a series of orderly footsteps. The sound was so loud that the floor of the small bar shook. Gu Nianji was even more frightened, but she forced herself to look calm. She reached out to the woman to take the phone. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "Is anyone there? Come out. Police on a case. Everyone come out." Gu Nianji was so scared that her face turned pale. Didn't those cars already go there? How did they catch up so quickly? She looked at the blonde woman pleadingly and shook her head. The woman looked at her silently and said in German, "Are they here for you?" I. Gu Nianji stuttered a few words before speaking in English. "I was captured by them and placed under house arrest in another place. I just escaped. Please save me." So she looked at her imploringly, and in the eyes of the blonde, the pretty oriental girl before her was as timid as a frightened lamb. This kind of panic, this kind of fear, this kind of vulnerability. No one would feel threatened by such a little girl, right? Then, who were the people who placed her under house arrest and chased her? Were they from the mafia or the police? From the sirens of the police cars, it should be the police. The blonde woman looked at her blankly with a complicated expression. It seemed like she was considering whether to believe Gu Nianji or to hand her over. This was the first night watch. Today was still the third night watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch was 12 noon, and the third night watch was 7 p.m. Thank you to Chidian's _sing for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Today was the last day of March. If you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 668. Gu Nianji looked sincerely at the woman in front of her. She could clearly see that this woman had a chivalrous aura, or perhaps it could be called a domineering aura. She was easily protective of weaker people or animals. She couldn't possibly be indifferent to her pleas. At this time, Gu Nianji felt that asking a stranger for help was even safer than going to Smith and the others. Who knew if the Trojan horse in Smith's phone was still a sex addict? If they still hadn't discovered the Trojan horse, then she would be walking right into a trap if she called them. The blonde woman looked at her again and seemed to have made up her mind. Gu Nianji was delighted. Hearing someone call her out again, the blonde woman quickly pushed the sofa away to reveal a tunnel under it. She said in English with a German accent, "Go down. We'll talk when I come back." Gu Nianji quickly thanked her and jumped down without another word. The woman covered the floor and pushed the sofa back. Then, she messed up her hair and loosened her collar, looking as if she had just woken up. She walked out flirtatiously and lit a cigarette in her hand. She said lazily, "What's the matter?" "Sir, my bar is already closed. But, if you want a drink, I can make one for you myself." She even winked at the handsome man. Standing in front of her was a tall, handsome man with feminine features. It was ALS. His eyes were still red, and it was obvious that he was drunk but had been forcefully awakened. "No need. Let me ask you, has an Asian woman been here before?" ALS took out his phone. There was a photo of Gu Nianji that he had taken at some point in time. She was sitting on the bay window. Her white veil fluttered in the wind, and her black hair flew. Her black eyes were bright, and she had a faint smile on her face. She looked like a forest elf. The blonde lady owner smiled when she saw it. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Is she your lover?" ALS almost couldn't stand straight. He glared at the lady owner. "What lover? She's a fugitive." "A fugitive? Fugitive? Oh. What crime did she commit?" The blonde lady owner looked curious. "She's so beautiful. I wouldn't forget her if I saw her." "Sir, is there a reward for capturing her? You know, I have a small business here, and I often can't borrow money. If there's a reward, I'll ask my men to keep their eyes open. If they see this little girl, they'll immediately call the police, okay?" Only then was ALS satisfied. He nodded and said, "Yes, of course there's a reward, and it's a lot. It's enough to buy your little bar." "So many." The blonde boss lady's eyes shone with greed. She patted her snow-white, plump chest and promised, "I will catch her. No, I won't wait here. I want to go out and see if she's hiding at the foot of the mountain, or in the woods by the lake. There's also a big valley nearby. There are many caves in there that can hide people." The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She could not wait to call her staff to look for it. After all, money could move people's hearts. ALS looked as if he had been convinced by her. He nodded slowly. "I forgot about the valley nearby. Let's go." To the valley. He turned around and left. The sound of his tall military boots echoed on the floor of the bar. Hearing their voices gradually fade away, the blonde boss lady returned to the staff-only room. She closed the door and pushed the sofa away. She lifted a piece of floorboard under the sofa and said, "Come out." "They're all gone." Gu Nianji popped her head out from the basement stairs and looked outside. The blonde boss lady reached out for her and pulled her out. Gu Nianji climbed up from the basement and said quietly, "Thank you for helping me. I didn't think they would find me so quickly. It's okay. I'm closed today, so no one saw you." Don't be afraid. The blonde boss lady looked at her. Tell me, what did you do? That man just now wasn't a normal police officer. He's a soldier. I recognized his epaulets. He should be a colonel. She paused. Such a young colonel, he must have done a lot of meritorious deeds. She glanced at Gu Nianji from the corner of her eye. Her expression became suspicious again. Gu Nianji smiled and told the woman about Al's identity. That man just now, was he wearing a black uniform? He was very handsome, but also very feminine. Oh, I think so. Why? Are you really his lover? The blonde lady boss's eyes widened, and her expression became thought-provoking. Could it be that he raped you, and you refused to submit to him, so he imprisoned you? What a sadistic love. I like it. Gu Nianji couldn't help but feel speechless. Why was this boss lady so unreliable? Her imagination was so melodramatic. Why didn't she go write web novels? Gu Nianji couldn't help but curse inside, but she still smiled weakly. She said timidly. No. I offended a powerful person, and that person wants to harm me. Oh, that sounded even more melodramatic. Oh. The blonde boss lady's eyes widened. Powerful person. Who? Gu Nianji looked down. I don't dare to say his name. If I have the chance to escape, I'll definitely tell you who he is. She was so pitiful. She didn't even dare to say the name of the person who harmed her. The boss lady looked at her with pity. Okay, then don't say it. I believe you. What are your plans? Gu Nianji thought about it. It's already very late. Can you let me stay here for the night? I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Okay, that's not a problem. The boss lady was very forthright. There's a staff dormitory behind here. It was originally for my 2 guys on duty. But business is getting slower and slower. Everyone leaves before 10 at night, so there's no need to be on duty. Since there's no one staying here, you can make do with it for the night. Gu Nianji nodded and remembered her phone. She said to the boss lady. Can I borrow your phone? The boss lady quickly unlocked the fingerprint lock for her. Take it. Call your family. Gu Nianji nodded and took the phone. She instinctively wanted to call Hu Xiao, Yin Shixiang, or Zhao Liangzi, but her finger slid on the boss lady's phone. She still dialed He Jichu's number. She didn't want to leave Hu Xiaoheng's, Yin Shixiang's, or Zhao Liangzi's numbers on other people's phones. Their numbers were top secret and couldn't be known by outsiders. There were many consequences when a person's phone number was known by others. None of the consequences were acceptable to people in Hu Xiaoheng's line of work. However, He Jichu's phone rang for a long time, but no one picked up. Even his voicemail didn't appear. It was like he couldn't be reached at all. Gu Nianji was confused. Was He Jichu not back yet? She had been under house arrest in Reinitz's small villa for the past 10 days and hadn't contacted the outside world. She didn't even see He Jichu's name appear in the Li Haiqin case. What was going on outside? Gu Nianji desperately wanted to return to Munich. But she couldn't do it now. ALS was outside with his men searching for her. She had to wait until tomorrow, or the day after, when the security here was lax. The owner looked at her sympathetically. Can't get through. Or is no one picking up? I don't know. Gu Nianji shook her head and handed the phone back to the owner. Thank you. She then asked, do you have a computer here? Can you surf the internet? The owner nodded. We have a laptop. My 2 friends and I usually watch movies and play games. You can use it if you want. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She followed the owner to the staff's temporary dormitory to stay and wait for tomorrow. Before the owner left, she handed the laptop to her. Make do with it. It's very old. Gu Nianji smiled brightly and excitedly accepted the laptop. After the owner left, Gu Nianji lay on the bed alone and quickly turned on the laptop to connect to the internet. She first browsed the news. It was no different from what she had seen in Reinitz. She looked again and saw there was no instant messaging software on the computer. She decided to download one and install it. At least she could still contact Ma Qiqi. There was an instant messaging software from the Huaxia Empire. He Zhichu didn't use it, and neither did Hu Xiaoheng and the others. However, Ma Qiqi used it every day. Gu Nianji happily found the download page and clicked to download it. However, the computer required a password to download things to the hard drive. Gu Nianji angrily slapped the laptop. Did the security have to be so strict? The owner had already left. Gu Nianji didn't want to call her so late at night to ask for the password to download the software. That would be too much. At most, she would ask the owner when she came tomorrow morning. Turning off the laptop, Gu Nianji was a bit sleepy. She yawned and suddenly remembered there was a landline in the bar other than cell phones. That was why she had subconsciously wanted to call the owner's cell phone. All of Gu Nianji's sleepiness was gone. She crawled out of bed and went to the lobby of the bar. She found the landline and dialed He Zhichu's number again. This time, she dialed the number in his room at the Munich Hilton. The phone rang 3 times before it hung up. She couldn't get through at all. Gu Nianji didn't give up and directly called the Hilton's lobby customer service. This time, it went through. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a very quiet clicking sound. She immediately hung up with her heart pounding. She was very familiar with the clicking sound. Someone was eavesdropping on the phone here and was recording it. The clicking sound was the unique sound of an old-fashioned voice recorder when it started up. It was the second watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third watch, 7 p.m. Today was the last day of March. If you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 669. There's still the third shift at 7 p.m. Let's see if you can still vote. If you can, please vote for the Major General. Chapter 670. It can't be. Who's tapping the phone? Could it be that ALS had already discovered her? After all, with the abilities of the Gestapo, National Secret Police, back in the day, tapping phones was a trivial matter. However, after thinking about it carefully, Gu Nianji felt that it was impossible. If they had already discovered that she was here, ALS could have just brought his men to break in. Why would they need to sneak around and listen in on the phone? Gu Nianji's mind was in a mess, but she didn't dare to make any more calls. ALS could probably think of all the methods she could think of to contact the outside world. As a result, she couldn't even trust the internet. They could tap regular landlines and cell phones, so of course, they could also monitor the internet. Also, monitoring the internet was much easier than tapping regular landlines. Gu Nianji went back to her room to sleep gloomily. She suddenly realized that she couldn't call it an escape because she was still under Al's thorough investigation. She didn't know how Reinitz was. Gu Nianji originally wanted to test if ALS would put Reinitz in jail, but now she realized she was too naive. How would she test him? Go back and take a look. ALS must have prepared enough men to wait for her to walk into the trap. The Gestapo's specialty was that they had an all-encompassing network. They covered every single person in a village, a small town, and even a city. There was nowhere to hide. Under such tight surveillance, could she still leave Berlin and go to Munich? Gu Nianji couldn't sleep. She got up and turned on her laptop to search for a map of the nearby area. There was a subway 5 miles away from here that would take her to the city or the airport. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She could take the subway there directly to the airport and buy a plane ticket there. However, she quickly became dispirited. She didn't have a passport or a German ID, so there was no way she could buy a plane ticket. So she could only take the train from Berlin to Munich. Gu Nianji decided on where she would go the next day before feeling sleepy and falling asleep. She woke up early the next morning and went to the small bathroom to wash up and change into the nun's habit. The people must have told ALS about her escape yesterday, so she could temporarily disguise herself with the nun's habit. There were probably nuns around here. When Gu Nianji walked with Reinitz on the maple path, she would sometimes see a convent towering in the mountains that looked like a castle. When she left the staff dormitory, she saw a baseball bat propped up in the corner of the wall. She didn't have anything on her to defend herself, and the nun's uniform was wide and large. It would be too easy to hide a baseball bat inside. She took the stick and stuffed it into the nun's habit. She tied it to the side of her body and put $50 in cash into the staff-only room. The blonde owner remembered that Gu Nianji was there, so she rushed to the bar early in the morning before the employees went to work. Madame almost shrieked at the sight of a nun coming out of the dormitory. After a while, she finally recognized Gu Nianji. "You really scared me." She pouted at Gu Nianji. "You plan on going out like that?" Gu Nianji nodded and crossed herself. "Thank you for giving me a place to stay last night. May God bless you." The owner smiled. "That's pretty similar." As she spoke, she handed her a paper box. "I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot before you go." Gu Nianji was hungry and wanted to go out to buy something to eat, but now that the owner had kindly bought it for her, she took it and looked at it. The owner bought her a donut, a bottle of milk, and 2 freshly baked white sausages. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She smiled at the owner. "Thank you. I love white sausages." "You're welcome. We only have white sausages here. Everything else tastes terrible." The proprietress giggled. "Sausages are the only thing you can eat in Germany. I studied in Paris, France, and that was a food paradise." Gu Nianji laughed and thought to herself that the real food paradise was in the Huaxia Empire, okay? But she didn't argue with the owner. She smiled. "Thank you. I'll eat on the way. It's getting late. I'd better leave early." Seeing her insistence, the owner didn't force her to stay. She squinted her beautiful green eyes and smiled. "Have a safe journey." Gu Nianji bowed again to thank her and carried the bag of breakfast. In the beginning, she was still very happy when she left. She tore a bit of the breakfast the owner gave her and gave it to the wild ducks on the side of the road. Seeing that they were fine, she ate it herself. After eating, she threw the paper box into the trash can and continued on her way. But when she was about a mile away from the train station, Gu Nianji saw a line in front of her. She was walking on a country road, not a main road with cars. Most of the people she saw were mountain bikers. So she was very surprised to see a line on such a road. Gu Nianji walked to the end of the line and asked a kind-looking old woman, "May I ask why there's a line in front of us? Isn't there a pedestrian and bicycle path here?" The old woman laughed. "I heard there's a checkpoint up ahead to catch a fugitive." She didn't seem worried at all. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She stood beside the old woman and stood on her tiptoes to look at a group of men in black uniforms standing nearby. Her entire body trembled. Sure enough, they were wearing the same uniform as ALS. It seemed like they were either his colleagues or his subordinates. In other words, they had considered all kinds of possibilities, from the internet, to telephones, to transportation. Gu Nianji felt like she would be caught by ALS in one fell swoop. She hid her right hand under the nun's robe and angrily gave ALS the middle finger before turning to leave. She couldn't get through here, so she had to think of another way. She wandered around outside for a day. The place wasn't big, so she had explored it thoroughly but still couldn't get out. She didn't want to go back to the bar and cause trouble for the kind owner. In the evening, she discovered that she would have to sleep outdoors again. But this time, it was different from the time in the Alps. She had been in pain back then because she had been forced to. But now, she was willing because she was willing. She would rather have the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed than live a carefree life under someone else's supervision. Gu Nianji stretched lazily and easily found an empty spot in the forest to sit down. This was a place where people in the area barbecued. There were also some iron barbecue grills in the open space in the forest. Gu Nianji found some dry wood and leaves and put them in the grill. She lit it with her Zippo lighter and covered it with a lid. It was just right for the fire, and the light wouldn't seep out, so it wouldn't start burning. She leaned against the grill and felt exceptionally warm. Gu Nianji drifted off to sleep, but she was alert in her dreams and didn't completely fall asleep. What she didn't know was that at that moment, her earring flashed red again. Not far away from her, two Huaxia Imperial Special Operations Forces field personnel wearing Bluetooth headsets had their throats slit from the back with a knife and were buried under the leaves. They had been following the coordinates indicated in the headset and were searching for the Huaxia Empire Special Operations Forces field personnel. Gu Nianji was half asleep. She held her small bag in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. Even in the wilderness, she maintained a state of vigilance that allowed her to jump up and hit the enemy at any time. Suddenly, there was the sound of a dead branch being stepped on again. She was once very familiar with this sound. After her experience in the Alps, it had almost become her nightmare. So she quickly woke up and looked around. The fire in the barbecue grill she was leaning against should have already been extinguished. It was only warm, but it provided enough heat to keep her from freezing. Burp! There was another sound of a dead branch being stepped on again. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She quietly got up and carried her baseball bat as she scurried into the depths of the forest. Hiding in the forest, Gu Nianji took advantage of the moonlight shining on the clearing in the middle of the forest to see two people walk in from outside the forest and stand in the clearing where she had been. They looked around as if they were looking for something. Under the moonlight, one of them turned his head. Gu Nianji saw his face clearly and was instantly shocked. That person was a Chinese person like her. What were they doing here? Gu Nianji had been here for more than 10 days and hadn't seen a single Chinese person. She hid motionlessly in the forest and held her breath to see what the other party's goal was. She had always been very cautious, and her encounters over the past few days had taught her that no matter how careful she was, it was never too much. Because she only had one life. The two people circled the open space and also moved their Bluetooth headsets as if they were listening to something. Finally, they looked at each other and said, "It should be here." The signal stopped here, and the coordinates are accurate to within 10 meters. She should be in the forest. That thing is still with her, right? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep moving. The two people whispered to each other. Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Gu Nianji was confused. What were they trying to do? Just as her confusion was about to reach its peak, the two people suddenly slowly walked towards where she was hiding. It was very dark in the depths of the forest, but the open space in the middle of the forest used for picnics was very bright because of the moonlight. The smiles on their faces were a little strange, but they slowly approached the place where she was hiding. Gu Nianji only felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She had always had a little animal's intuition for danger, and now that her intuition was wrong, she was about to sneak away when she heard the two people finally speak. Miss Gu. Are you here? Don't be afraid, Hu Xiao asked us to save you. It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was the last day of March, so if you don't vote, your monthly votes will be invalid. Chapter 671. Miss Gu, we've been looking for you for a long time. Didn't you go missing in Munich? Why are you in Berlin? The two of them spoke in Mandarin with perfect articulation and an imperial capital accent. The two of them walked as they spoke in her direction. Gu Nianji had longed and struggled for so long, hoping someone would come and save her. She especially hoped that Hu Xiaoheng would appear and save her. However, when the two of them actually said that Hu Xiaoheng wanted them to come and save her, she couldn't believe it. Were they Hu Xiao's colleagues in the Special Operations Forces? They had protected her in the dark before and had never let anything happen to her. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes were wet, and her heart was in turmoil. She wondered if she should go out. She was also a little worried that this was a trap set by the cunning ALS. At that moment, she heard the two of them speak again. It should be here, right? There seemed to be someone here just now. Gu Nianji's heart was in turmoil. She didn't know if she should believe them. However, if she kept quiet and the two of them shouted again, it would probably attract ALS, who was searching for her nearby. What if the two of them were really sent by Hu Xiao? Wouldn't she have missed a chance to escape? She knew clearly that it wasn't impossible to escape Berlin on her own, but the process would be long and tortuous. She was already tired. Gu Nianji thought about it for a while and finally made up her mind. She hid the baseball bat behind her and pushed aside the bushes to slowly walk out of the forest. Excuse me, are you from the Huaxia Empire? She also spoke Mandarin. Although the two of them had always known that the target they were looking for was here, they were still shocked when she suddenly appeared. Raising his head, he saw a nun dressed in black walking out of the forest. It was really creepy in the dark. However, they quickly regained their senses and were ecstatic. Cicada appeared on her own. One of them walked towards Gu Nianji and smiled. Yes, we are from the Huaxia Empire. You are Gu Nianji, right? We've been looking for you for a long time. Gu Nianji took a step back and asked, where are your IDs? She didn't recognize the two of them. She didn't know anyone from the Special Operations Forces. Identification. The two of them laughed and thought that their boss was really impressive. He said that this girl was naturally suspicious and wouldn't trust them easily. She would definitely ask them for IDs, so he specifically asked them to bring two proper Special Operations Forces IDs. One of the men whipped out a document the size of a passport from his pocket and opened it to show it to Gu Nianji. Look, this is my ID. When Gu Nianji heard this, her mind exploded like fireworks. It wasn't excitement, but resentment and anger. These two people were definitely not from the Special Forces. Gu Nianji knew very well that because of the special nature of the work of the Special Operations Forces, they couldn't even bring their own phones when they went on missions, let alone identification. Who had ever heard of a soldier carrying a Special Operations Forces ID with him to prove his identity? There's no cure for a moron. However, she could not be anxious. How did these two people find her? Gu Nianji still had questions about whether or not they were Al's people. She tilted her head and pretended to be curious. Then how did you find me? The two people in front of her were obviously even more excited. They smiled and said, you have our GPS device on you. We only need to check to know where you are. Really? Gu Nianji's heart sank. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng had given her very tight security in the past, so it wasn't strange to have such a device. But now, It was obvious that there was a mole in the Special Operations Forces, of course. How else do you think we found you so quickly? The man smiled as he walked closer. His footsteps were a bit hurried, probably because he was too excited. His palm tilted slightly against the moonlight, and a cold light flashed in his palm. Gu Nianji saw that it was clearly a dagger. The uneasiness in her heart finally exploded. Her right hand swung out like lightning from behind her back, and the thick and hard baseball bat whooshed through the air like a metal rod. She scolded fiercely, "Find your head. Do you know that your skin is peeling? I'll beat you to death, you brainless B*TCH who still pretends to be pretentious." Gu Nianji directly hit the artery on the side of the man's neck. Even though she wasn't very strong, the power of the baseball bat couldn't be underestimated. Her target was accurate and ruthless. The man only felt his vision go black, and the side of his neck was in excruciating pain. Then very quickly, a patch of extravasated blood seeped out from his subcutaneous tissue. His neck turned purple and gradually swelled up into a large bruise. His arm was extremely sore and numb, like the tendon in the elbow had been hit. He couldn't even hold the dagger in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Gu Nianji swung the bat and immediately turned to dash into the depths of the forest. She couldn't even see her fingers in the dark forest. Gu Nianji stumbled as she ran and couldn't see where she was going. She hit the side of her face head-on against a tree, and her little face immediately swelled up. The man in front of her thought that Gu Nianji would show herself and ask for identification, so she wouldn't suspect them. He thought it would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect her to suddenly attack and run into the depths of the forest. He wanted to stop her, but the pain was so intense that even his vision was blurred. He reflexively said, "Chase," and collapsed. "Chase what? Just shoot." The man behind him hadn't spoken the entire time, but now he was impatient. He didn't care that the man in front of him had already collapsed. He took out a long-handled high-powered pistol with a silencer and a scope. He aimed in the direction Gu Nianji was running and fired several shots. A bullet grazed Gu Nianji's left arm and hit a tree trunk in the forest. Although there was a silencer installed, the sound of the bullet hitting the tree trunk was exceptionally loud in the quiet night. Gu Nianji staggered a few steps forward from the force of the bullet's impact and fell to the ground. She thought she was doomed this time, but she didn't expect the sound of the bullet hitting the tree to attract the police and soldiers that ALS had placed in the area to search for Gu Nianji. A flurry of footsteps could be heard, and Gu Nianji only had time to curl up and hide behind a large tree. Not far away, there were a few gunshots, and then everything quieted down. The battle seemed to have ended. Gu Nianji heard Al's secret police speak in German. 2 dead. Wait, that's not right. 2 dead here as well. 4 in total. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. There were clearly only 2 people, so why did those people say 4 were dead? Could it be that people from the Special Operations Forces had really come to rescue her? And they had been killed by these 2 people first? Gu Nianji's tears instantly gushed out. She used her hand to cover her mouth and slowly moved towards the other side of the forest. The people searching for her were delayed by the 4 dead people and couldn't catch up to her in time. Or maybe those people didn't even know what the 4 people were doing, so they didn't connect the 4 people to Gu Nianji. In any case, those people didn't continue to chase after her. Gu Nianji only felt grateful. She moved around in the deep forest for a few hours. It was not until the sky was about to brighten that she came out of the dark forest. The moment she exited the forest, she froze. Had she gone in a circle? She had returned to the back door of the bar that she had left yesterday morning. Gu Nianji covered her left arm that had been grazed by a bullet again. She hesitated for a while before walking over and knocking on the back door of the bar. A handsome blonde young man opened the door and saw a nun with half her face swollen. He quickly smiled. How may I help you, wait nurse? Gu Nianji's arm was in excruciating pain, and her face was swollen. Her voice trembled as she struggled to speak. I'm looking for your lady boss, lady boss. Oh, wait a moment. The young man nodded with a smile and quickly called the blonde lady boss to the back door. As soon as the lady boss saw the nun's clothes, she immediately recognized her. When she saw that half of her face was swollen and that there was a faint smell of blood on her body, she covered her mouth in astonishment and said in a low voice, "What happened to you? Who hit you?" Gu Nianji looked at her and opened her mouth to speak, but her vision went black. Her body went limp and she immediately fainted in front of the lady boss. The lady boss was so frightened that she quickly hugged her and took her to the staff dormitory in the back. When Gu Nianji woke up, she found herself lying in the staff dormitory where she had stayed the night before. Her left arm had been bandaged and her nun's uniform had been taken off. The baseball bat that she had taken with her was also placed beside her bed. Gu Nianji blushed when she saw the baseball bat. She didn't know if the lady boss had seen the $50 she had put on the table. She didn't have much cash in her wallet. Raising her wrist to look at her watch, she saw that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. She had slept from morning to afternoon. Perhaps it was because she had lost too much blood, but she was a bit thirsty. Just as she was about to get up to find water, the dormitory door was quietly pushed open. The handsome blonde young man that she had first seen at the back door of the bar that morning poked his head in to see that she was awake. He quickly asked, "You're awake?" Then he pushed the door open and entered. Seeing that Gu Nianji was about to get up, he quickly helped her up and asked, "What do you want to do?" This was simple German, so Gu Nianji understood it very well. She weakly said, "Water, I need to drink water, I'll get you water." The young man stood up and took a bottle of mineral water from the corner of the wall. He unscrewed the cap and placed it in her right hand. Gu Nianji picked it up and drank half the bottle in one go. The blonde young man looked at her and laughed. "Don't be in such a hurry. There's more." Gu Nianji was too thirsty, so she drank half the bottle in one go before she felt better. She put the bottle of mineral water on the bedside table beside the bed and said to the young man, "Thank you." This was the first update. Today was still the third update asking for monthly and recommended votes. The second update was 12 noon and the third update was 7 p.m. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. Should we add updates based on the monthly votes? Chapter 672. You're welcome. The young man adjusted the thin blanket for her. Are you hungry? You've slept all day. Do you want something to eat? He continued, "This is a bar, so we only have some snacks. I'll go buy them for you. What do you want to eat?" Gu Nianji was so hungry that she almost turned into a paper doll. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky." "Okay." The young man's smile grew wider. "I'll go buy it for you." Gu Nianji looked up at him and suddenly said, "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone for a while?" "Sure." The young man generously offered his phone without hesitation. It was also an Apple phone, but it was an older model. To make sure Gu Nianji didn't feel awkward, he said thoughtfully, "Take your time to make the call. Don't worry, contact the nunnery. I'll go buy you something to eat first." Did he really think she was a nun? Gu Nianji was speechless. The young man left, leaving Gu Nianji alone in the room. Gu Nianji opened the phone and dialed He Jichu's number again. Just like that day, He Jichu's phone kept ringing, but no one picked up and she couldn't leave a message. Listening to the eternal ringtone, Gu Nianji silently rubbed her phone and gained a new understanding of her situation. She gave up on calling him. She thought that regardless of whether Professor He returned from his hometown or not, she probably wouldn't be able to reach his phone. Gunyanji didn't dare call Smith's and the others' phones because she was worried about the Trojan virus. She didn't dare call Hua Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, and Zhao Liangza on a stranger's phone. Who else could she call? Gunyanji frowned and thought hard. After a while, she suddenly thought of Ma Qiqi. She could call Ma Qiqi. She now knew that the mastermind knew her situation very well, so they wouldn't be wary of an ordinary person like Ma Qiqi with no background. Because compared to the other people around Gunyanji, Ma Qiqi was a complete passerby. In the eyes of the mastermind, Ma Qiqi might be a small fry that they wouldn't take seriously at all. But because of this, she was able to take advantage of their loopholes. She wanted to try and see if she could tear a hole in the inescapable net that person had woven so that she could escape and see the sky of freedom again. Gunyanji had never imagined that Ma Qiqi would be the last straw to clutch it when she was in danger. She nervously dialed Ma Qiqi's number, but unfortunately, as soon as she dialed the number, the German mobile operator sent her a text notification, saying that the phone didn't have international roaming service enabled, so she couldn't call blah blah. Gunyanji rubbed her forehead. She finally felt the god of fate's evil intentions. She had finally found a person who was generous enough to lend her a phone, but this person's phone could not make international calls. Of course, she knew that it was very expensive to call an international number directly, and that young man was working as a waiter in such a deserted village bar. He probably wasn't a rich man with a good family background. Gunyanji didn't want to make such a phone call and cause him to receive an astronomical bill. Most importantly, even if she paid the bill herself, she wouldn't be able to use the international calling service immediately. She couldn't make the call, so Gunyanji looked down at his phone screen and casually dialed. She saw an app that she was very familiar with, and her heart instantly pounded. She hadn't expected that this young man's phone would have the most popular instant messaging app installed in the Xia Empire. It was the instant messaging app that she had wanted to install on the lady boss's laptop the night before. She had previously heard that the instant messaging app was also very popular abroad in the Xia Empire, but she had thought it was just an exaggeration. Now that she saw it, it was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, Gunyanji's eyes turned, and she secretly chuckled. What a coincidence! Yes, although she couldn't make international calls, she could use the instant messaging app. See, what a coincidence! Gunyanji's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her fingers tapped lightly to open the app, and she entered the account and password she used in school to quickly log in. It should be around 9 p.m. in the Xia Empire. Gunyanji quickly opened her friends list and saw Ma Qiqi's profile picture lit up. She immediately sent a message without hesitation. However, Ma Qiqi didn't seem to be there at the moment and was only online. She waited for a while, but didn't get a response. Then she heard footsteps outside the door. Someone was coming. Gunyanji could only immediately change her mind. Opening their conversation, Gunyanji opened the camera on her phone and quickly said to the camera, Qiqi. Qiqi. I'm in Berlin. Save me. Then she quickly clicked send and quickly logged out. At the same time, she took a few seconds to erase any traces of her login. Just as she put down her phone, the door opened. The blonde lady boss walked in with a household first aid kit. She smiled and said, "You're finally awake." Gunyanji smiled and smoothed her hair. "Thank you for taking me in again. I took your baseball bat and put $50 in that room. Did you see it?" "I saw it. I made a profit." The lady boss winked at her. "I only spent €15 to buy the baseball bat, and it's been used for a few years. Plus the depreciation, it's a huge profit." Gunyanji nodded and said calmly, "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted something to protect myself. If it wasn't for this, She touched the baseball bat beside the bed. I wouldn't have been able to come see you alive. Speaking of this, the lady boss's expression became serious. What's your name? The police outside are still looking for you. Also, they found 4 bodies in the woods over there this morning. They said they were all Huaxia. As she spoke, she looked Gu Nianji up and down with a look of disbelief. It was as if she couldn't believe that Gu Nianji, who was so thin that even the wind could blow her over, could kill 4 strong men. Gu Nianji revealed a trace of worry as she thought about what the police said late last night. She was very worried that among the 4 people who died, 2 of them were Special Operations Forces field agents. The other 2 must be bad guys who deserved to die. If that was true, then the Special Operations Forces already knew something had happened to her and could use GPS to locate her. But they were killed by the other 2 bad guys, which meant the traitor in the Special Operations Forces had already joined forces with the people who were after her. If the people on the other side knew her whereabouts, then the people who were after her here would be able to find her. Gu Nianji's expression was very ugly. She raised her hand and slowly rubbed the diamond earrings on her earlobes. The lady boss saw that she was silent, half her face was swollen, and there was a bullet wound on her arm. She sighed. Don't worry. You definitely didn't kill them. Here, I'll change your bandages. As she spoke, she opened the first aid kit and took out the gauze and medicine inside. She leaned over to untie the bandage on Gu Nianji's left arm. Gu Nianji reacted and protected her left arm without batting an eyelid. No need to trouble you. Just leave it here. I'll change it myself later. Can you change it by yourself? The lady boss didn't insist. She put the things down and said to her, I heard everyone say that 2 of the 4 people were stubbornly resisting the police and were finally killed by them. The other 2 were killed by having their throats slit. It was done by the 2 people who were killed by the police. Oh. Are you sure? Gu Nianji sat up straight. Her expression became nervous. How did the police confirm it? It's very simple. I heard that the 2 people who were killed by the police had a dagger on them. Their fingerprints were on the dagger, and the blood of the 2 people who had their throats slit. They knew it after a comparison. So, this case has already been closed. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with you. The lady boss comforted Gu Nianji kindly. Gu Nianji smiled and pulled at the wound on her face. It hurts so much that she snorted. It has nothing to do with me. I was beaten up like this by them. I only hate that I didn't get revenge with my own hands. The lady boss was curious. Who beat you up? The 2 people whose throats were slit, or the 2 people who were shot by the police? The 2 people who were killed by the police. Gu Nianji shrugged. It should be them. To be honest, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known there were 2 people. I see. The lady boss nodded and stood up. Then you rest. I'll go out first. She reminded her, remember to change your bandages. Gu Nianji agreed and watched the lady boss leave. As soon as the lady boss left, the blonde young man who had bought her food arrived. In his hand was a paper bag with an M written on it. It was McDonald's fast food. Gu Nianji laughed. Okay, there was McDonald's here too. The young man put the paper bag on the bedside table and said to her, I rode my bike to buy it. It's still warm. Do you want to eat it now? Thank you. Gu Nianji nodded slightly and took the paper bag. She opened the box inside and took out a piece of fried chicken. She wrapped it in a paper towel and handed it to the young man. Here, let's eat together. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. It was time for a meal. The young man didn't pretend to be polite. He took the fried chicken from Gu Nianji and ate it in big bites. Gu Nianji also took some fries for him and poured half a box of milk from McDonald's for him. She picked some food from the paper bag for the young man to eat. She watched with a smile on her face as the young man finished his meal. Then, she began to eat slowly. The young man looked very honest and said sheepishly, "I'm so sorry. I actually finished before you." "It's okay." Gu Nianji smiled at him. "My face is swollen and I eat very slowly. It's normal for you to finish faster than me." The young man finally smiled and asked her, "Do you still need your phone?" "Oh, no, thank you." Gu Nianji pointed to the phone next to her pillow. "Thank you so much." She kept thanking him. The young man was very happy and said, "It's good to be able to help you." He seemed to sympathize with her. A nun was beaten up like this and still didn't dare to call the police. It was the second watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third watch was 7 p.m. Today was the first day of April. Don't be careless and cast your guaranteed monthly votes. How about 300 monthly votes in one watch? If there were 600 votes tomorrow before 7 p.m., then there would be 4 watch tomorrow. Ha, a beautiful wish. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.